No choice freedom. What if I told you that choosing not to choose can feel more binding than any decision? Imagine standing before two paths in a forest, unable to pick one. You freeze. You think that by refusing to choose, you're still making a choice. The choice to remain stuck. That moment of hesitation becomes its own trap, and your freedom dissolves into a silent prison. Have you ever faced a simple decision, what to eat for breakfast or which shirt to wear, and felt overwhelmed? You might think skipping the choice, letting your morning routine decide for you, is easier. Yet that hands-off approach is still a decision. It robs you of control. By trying to avoid the stress of choice, you surrender your freedom entirely. Let's look closer. Picture a rainy day. You check the forecast. You know an umbrella will keep you dry, but you pause at the door. You tell yourself, "I'll just get wet today." That's a decision. You chose not to protect yourself. Your freedom to stay dry vanished the moment you decided not to decide. In exams, this plays out too. Students sometimes leave questions blank, thinking, "I don't know, so I'll save my energy." But skipping is still an answer. 0 points. By avoiding the risk of a wrong guess, they lose the chance to be right. Their freedom to score vanishes in the fear of a mistake. This paradox reaches into relationships. You might avoid honest conversations to keep peace. You tell your partner, "I don't care which movie we see." That sounds fair, but inside you resent their choice. Your unspoken wish remains unsaid, locked behind your silence. You chose not to share, and in doing so, you lose the freedom to be understood. It even shows up in our minds. We face tough choices, career, moves, or even the simple, "What next?" After a long day, you decide not to decide. You binge shows instead of planning. It feels restful. Yet that inaction is a choice that can leave you drifting, unmoored from your goals. Why does this feel so heavy? Because freedom isn't just the absence of rules. True freedom is the power to steer your life. When you refuse to decide, you hand over the wheel to chance, to routines, even to other people. Your freedom fades, and you become a passenger in your own life. Have you ever let your phone's suggested playlists decide your mood? The app recommends cheerful songs, so you sway along. But whose mood are you really in? By letting algorithms choose, you give up the chance to pick what truly moves you. You chose not to choose. Your emotional freedom slipped away. This paradox isn't only human. AI systems face no-choice freedom, too. When a model avoids making predictions outside its training, it effectively chooses not to decide. It labels unfamiliar inputs as unknown. It protects itself from error, but at the cost of usefulness. The AI's freedom to learn beyond its limits vanishes, trapped by its own caution. Yet avoiding choice can feel safer. We often dread regret. We think that if we don't decide, we can't be blamed. But life moves forward. The world doesn't pause because you paused. Opportunity slips by. Doors close. Your unmade decisions become regrets. And regret is a heavy burden. So, how do we break free from this paradox? The answer lies in small steps. Start with breakfast. Give yourself 2 options, oatmeal or eggs. Then pick one. Feel the weight lift. Move to bigger choices. What book to read next? Which hobby to try? Where to walk? With each decision, you reclaim a bit of freedom. You learn that mistakes aren't prisons, they're lessons. Here's a simple exercise. Each morning, write down one small choice you'd normally avoid. Decide. Notice how it feels. Share your experience in the comments below. Where did choosing not to choose hold you back? Let's build a community of gentle decision makers, supporting each other in reclaiming freedom. Choosing can be hard, but remember, every choice, even a small one, is proof of your power. Regret only grows when choices go unmade. When you decide, you forge your own path, step by step. This is the essence of true freedom. If this resonated, hit like Share your own no-choice moment in the comments, and subscribe for more calm, thoughtful deep dives into life's gentle paradoxes. Now, let's explore the next mind-bending idea together. Silent knowledge gap. Have you ever had a moment when, the more you understood something, the more questions seemed to appear? It's like shining a flashlight into the dark. At first, you see only what's in front of you, but as the light spreads, you notice shadows farther out, places your light can't reach. The more you know, the more you realize how much you don't. Think back to your childhood. Back then, the world felt simple. Rain meant clouds, night meant sleep. A friend was someone who shared their toys, but as you grew older, those answers weren't enough. Rain became weather systems, night became questions about stars and time zones, friendships became feelings, expectations, trust. Every answer brought more questions, and those questions never stopped coming. Maybe you felt it in school. You finally understand a math problem, and suddenly, there's a harder version. You grasp a science topic, and a deeper layer opens up. It feels like climbing stairs, only to find another staircase behind the door. It's both exciting and strange, like chasing the end of something that keeps stretching. Have you ever stood at the edge of the sea looking out at the horizon? You can see where the water meets the sky, but you know it goes far beyond what your eyes can reach. That's what knowledge feels like. You stand on the shore of what you know, and you sense how wide the ocean really is. This quiet realization is what we call the silent knowledge gap. It's not loud. It doesn't shout or demand attention. It simply grows with us, slowly, gently. The more we learn, the more we become aware of how much is still hidden. You can feel this in everyday life. Think of cooking. You follow a recipe and the food turns out okay. So, you try something new. You adjust the heat, change the spice, add a step. Suddenly, you realize how much goes into flavor. Temperature, timing, freshness. You start watching videos, reading cookbooks. And the more you learn, the more you see just how many secrets food holds. Or take language. You learn a second one, and then you start to notice your first language more closely. Why do we say things the way we do? Where do these words come from? How does tone change meaning? You start spotting patterns, exceptions, strange rules. You feel smarter and more confused at the same time. This paradox touches our mental health, too. People who dive deep into self-awareness, therapy, mindfulness, reflection, often find that they don't become more certain. Instead, they realize how many layers there are within them. Emotions are not simple. Thoughts are not always truthful. Memories change. You grow by learning, but you also face the mystery of who you truly are. And in belief systems, this becomes even more clear. A person may begin by reading a little about philosophy or religion and feel confident. But the deeper they go, the more questions rise. The more sides they explore, the less sure they become of any one path. Not because they've lost faith, but because they now see just how large the world of ideas truly is. Even technology feels this way. A child might think a phone just works, but a programmer sees the hidden code. A designer sees the user's journey. An engineer sees the circuits. The more you know, the more pieces you uncover. And soon, you understand that no one person knows it all. We each hold a small piece of a much bigger puzzle. This silent gap is not a problem. It's part of being human. It teaches us to stay curious, humble, and open. It reminds us that no matter how far we've come, there is always more to explore, more to ask, more to imagine. Sometimes this realization can feel overwhelming. You may wonder, what's the point of learning if I can never know it all? But that's the beauty of it. Learning isn't about finishing, it's about discovering. It's about being awake to wonder. Each new thing you learn is a window, not a wall. It shows you a world beyond your own. So let's take comfort in this gentle truth. No one knows everything. Not your teacher. Not your parents. Not even the wisest thinkers in history. Everyone is still learning. Everyone is still wondering. That's what connects us. Have you ever had a moment like this? A time when learning something made you feel smaller, but also more connected to something big. Maybe while reading a book, watching a documentary, or hearing someone's life story. If so, share it in the comments below. Let's build a quiet community of learners who aren't afraid to admit what we don't know. And if you've enjoyed this reflection, consider giving it a like and subscribe for more slow, thoughtful journeys into the strange and beautiful questions of life. The world is full of silent gaps. Together, let's walk into them, gently, one step at a time. Infinite regression problem. Imagine asking, "Why is the sky blue?" and hearing, "Because molecules scatter blue light." Then you ask, "Why do molecules scatter light?" And you're told, "Because of quantum interactions." Then you ask again, "Why quantum interactions?" And the cycle never ends. You chase one answer after another, but each answer demands its own question. It feels like walking down a tunnel of mirrors with no exit. Have you ever found yourself stuck in a loop of questions? Maybe you asked a simple "why" at dinner, and your family's explanations led to deeper whys until everyone fell silent. That moment of endless curiosity is unsettling and surprisingly common. We naturally want a first cause, a starting point. But with infinite regression, that start keeps slipping away. Before we dive in, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever felt trapped by a question that never ends? Share your experience or where you're watching from in the comments. Let's build a community of curious minds. And if you enjoy this gentle exploration, please like, comment, and subscribe for more relaxing journeys through life's puzzles. From the moment we learn to ask questions, we seek beginnings. We read bedtime stories where the hero comes from humble origins. We study our family trees to find a root. Even in school, we learn about the Big Bang or the origin of life. These stories promise a start, but every beginning we propose carries its own mystery. What caused the Big Bang? Where did the very first life form get its spark? Consider a simple circle drawn on paper. It has no start or end. You can trace the line forever without hitting a true beginning. That circle captures the essence of infinite regression. Each point follows the one before it in an endless loop. There's no first point. The shape simply is. In much the same way, our search for a first cause can trap us in a loop where every cause points back to another cause. Think about time itself. We mark it in seconds, minutes, and hours. We ask, what came before time began? Some say there was no before, but that answer feels unsatisfying. If time didn't exist, does before even make sense? We tumble into questions that language itself struggles to frame. Our words press against the edges of reality, finding only more questions. In relationships, infinite regression shows. Up to, you ask someone why they trust you and they say it's because you've been honest. You then ask why they believe honesty matters, and they point to loyalty. Then you ask what loyalty means. Suddenly you're exploring the foundations of human connection, with no clear starting point. Yet those foundations are what make trust feel real. We see it in exams as well. You learn a concept in math and understand its formula. But then you ask why the formula works. You dive into proofs. Then you question the axioms behind the proofs. Each step you take uncovers deeper assumptions. Before you know it, you're pondering the very nature of logic. A simple equation leads to the edges of thought itself. In our daily routines, we follow rules. Get up, eat, work, sleep. But why these rules? We answer with convenience or biology. Then we ask why convenience feels good, or why biology shapes us. We trace causes through evolution, culture, and history. Each explanation offers more context but never a final cause. The cycle continues. This paradox resonates deeply with belief systems. Many people look for a first mover, a prime cause, or a creator. That prime cause is meant to end the chain of why. But even that belief asks a question: who or what caused the creator? Some traditions say the creator is self-existent. That answer loops back into itself. It claims to stop the infinite chain, but it also raises new questions about existence. Without origin, Language itself embodies infinite regression. Words define other words. You look up definition in a dictionary and find meaning. Then you search meaning and find significance. Each definition relies on other definitions. To break the cycle, we point to experience, showing rather than telling. Yet, even experience begs explanation. Why does it feel real? Why do sensations exist? The loop persists. In mental health, infinite regression can trap us in negative thinking. You feel anxious and ask why. You dig deeper. Because I fear the future. Then you ask why you fear the future, and the answers spiral through grief, past trauma, uncertainty. Each layer you expose brings you back to the same core fear, without an origin you can fix. It's a loop that therapy works to gently unwind, teaching you to live with questions rather than demanding final answers. Artificial intelligence faces its own regression. We program rules, then ask why the rules exist. We build models, then question the data that shapes them. We ask who trained the AI, only to find that the AI learns from AI-generated data. The loop intensifies. We look for a human spark, but the chain traces back into layers of machine learning, human bias, societal context. There's no single inventor, only a network of influences. Even creativity can feel regressive. You write a story inspired by a memory. You ask why that memory resonated. You trace back through life experiences, childhood moments, family tales. Each memory leads to another, until you wonder, why does memory itself feel real? You circle back on the mystery of consciousness, where each reflection brings you to more questions. This is not a call to despair. Instead, the infinite regression problem invites us to appreciate the journey of curiosity. It teaches us that not all questions need final answers. Sometimes the beauty lies in the loop itself. Like a slow river winding through a canyon, the path matters more than the destination. Mathematics embraces this with fractals, shapes that reveal detail at every scale. You zoom in, and the pattern repeats. You zoom again, and it repeats again. The edge is never reached. Yet fractals hold a quiet beauty. The infinite loop is not a defect but an essential feature. It reflects the endless depth of nature and thought. In philosophy, we learn to hold questions gently. We accept that some mysteries may remain open. We learn to live with wonder. We find that questions can connect us more than answers. They unite us in shared curiosity. By exploring the loop together, we build community. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever chased a question so far that it circled back? Maybe in science, art, relationships, or your own reflections. Share your story below. Let's support each other in this endless quest. And if this gentle journey spoke to you, please like this video, subscribe for more, and ring the bell so you don't miss our next calm exploration. As we continue, remember, every answer you find may open another door. That's not a flaw. It's a gift. It means the path of discovery never ends. And in that infinite loop, we find connection, creativity, and the quiet joy of being alive in a world that keeps surprising us. Moral luck paradox. You and your friend both drive home after a long night. You're both a little tired. You both speed just a little over the limit. You both check your phones at a red light. But only one of you hits a pedestrian who suddenly runs into the road. The other gets home safely. The actions were the same, but only one is seen as guilty. One is blamed, the other goes on unnoticed. That strange divide. That's where the moral luck paradox begins. Have you ever felt like someone was judged more harshly or more kindly than they deserved? Maybe you've been in that position yourself. Did something go well and people praised you, even though you didn't plan it? Or did something small go wrong and suddenly it became a big deal? If that's happened to you, tell me in the comments, or let me know where in the world you're listening from. I'd love to hear your story, and if you enjoy gentle, thoughtful conversations like this one, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. Let's take a slow breath and begin. We grow up being told that what matters most is our choices. Be honest, be kind, work hard, don't give up, it makes sense. Our decisions shape our lives, but something strange happens when we start looking closely. We begin to notice that outcomes often matter more than intention. Imagine two people who both try to help. One succeeds, the other fails. We call the first one smart or noble. We say the second one made a mistake, even if they tried just as hard. This can happen in school too. Two students study equally hard for an exam. One gets lucky with the questions they revised. The other doesn't. One is praised as brilliant, the other is seen as unprepared. But their effort was the same. Something outside their control tipped the scale. The weather shows us this in a very real way. Two farmers plant the same crops at the same time. One field gets a perfect stretch of sun and rain. The other is hit by drought or floods. One farmer is celebrated, the other is forgotten or even blamed. But neither chose the weather. This idea that luck shapes how we judge people, morally and socially, can feel unfair. And yet, we do it all the time. We praise the person who started a successful business, even if timing and market conditions played a huge part. We blame the person who failed, even if they did everything right. The same goes for accidents. Someone who almost causes harm gets off with a warning. But if harm actually happens, even by chance, they may face punishment. And here's where it gets even more complicated. We often don't notice we're doing this. We truly believe we're judging character, but much of the time we're actually judging consequences. We say someone is brave or reckless only after we know what happened. We decide if they were wise or foolish based on the result. But what if the result was shaped by random chance? Think about a game of chess. Two players make the same move in different matches. One move leads to a win, the other to a loss. The move doesn't change, but our judgment does. We call the winning move clever, the losing one a mistake. But in truth, it might just be that their opponent made a different choice, or that they got lucky. In friendships and relationships, the same paradox appears. Someone may have the best intentions, but if their gesture doesn't land well, maybe the timing is off or the other person is upset, they can be misunderstood. Meanwhile, someone else might be careless but get a good reaction by chance. One is praised, the other questioned, all because of how things turned out. This challenges something deep in how we see ourselves and others. We want to believe people get what they deserve, that the good are rewarded and the bad are punished. It gives us a sense of control. If we just do the right things, we'll be okay. But moral luck shakes that idea. It tells us that sometimes the outcome isn't about what we do. It's about when we do it, where we are, who else is involved, or just pure chance. This can be unsettling, but it also opens the door to compassion. If we understand that luck plays a role in success and failure, maybe we can judge less harshly. Maybe we can be slower to blame and quicker to understand. Maybe we can recognize effort even when the results fall short. In mental health, this paradox is especially important. Someone may work hard to heal, to change, to grow, but they relapse or struggle again, not because they failed, but because healing is not a straight line. Others might move forward quickly, not realizing how much luck or support they had. If we judge people only by outcomes, we risk missing their true strength, the strength it takes to keep trying in the dark. This paradox also touches artificial intelligence. When an AI makes a good prediction, we call it smart. When it makes a mistake, we call it flawed. But both outcomes may come from the same model, the same training, the same data. One was just lucky in context, the other wasn't. As AI becomes more involved in our lives, we may need to rethink how we assign praise or blame to people and to machines. Even in language, the way we describe things often depends on outcomes. If someone tells a joke and people laugh, we say they're funny. If the same joke gets no reaction, we say they're awkward. The words change with the result, not the intent. Language, like morality, bends with luck. So what do we do with this? Do we stop praising effort or pointing out harm? Not at all. But we can soften our judgments. We can remind ourselves that people are more than their best days, or their worst ones. We can hold space for the unseen parts of the story, for the quiet work that didn't lead to applause, for the honest mistake that wasn't meant to hurt, for the moment when someone tried and didn't quite make it. Maybe you've experienced this in your own life. Maybe you worked hard and still failed. Maybe you were praised for something you didn't plan. If that's you, you're not alone. Life isn't a simple equation. It's a web of choices, chances, and change. And in that web, it's okay to be unsure. It's okay to keep growing. If this idea speaks to you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever felt judged for something beyond your control? Or been lucky in a way that others praised, even if you didn't do anything special? Let's talk in the comments. And if you've enjoyed this peaceful reflection, please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more thoughtful stories. As we close, remember this. The moral luck paradox isn't here to make us doubt our values. It's here to remind us that kindness includes context, that understanding means looking beyond the surface, that sometimes the difference between success and failure, praise and blame, isn't virtue or effort, but timing, and that knowing this can make us gentler, wiser, and more connected to each other. Effortless reward loop. You finish a game on your phone and the screen lights up with flashing colors and cheerful sounds. You didn't really try. You didn't learn anything new. But for a moment, it feels like you won something. You smile, and then forget. That small moment of fake joy disappears, and you're left scrolling again, looking for the next one. It felt like a reward, but it didn't mean much. Why do we chase those moments that leave us empty? Have you ever worked really hard for something, and even though it took time and effort, the reward felt deep, real? Or maybe you've had the opposite feeling, getting something too easily and later realizing it didn't feel special at all. If that's happened to you, share your story in the comments, or just say hello and let us know where you're listening from. We're building a calm and thoughtful space here, and if you enjoy these gentle reflections, please like, subscribe, and hit the bell so we can stay connected. Now, let's take a soft breath and begin. In today's world, rewards are everywhere. A click, a scroll, a thumbs up, a tiny sound of achievement. The systems around us are designed to make rewards fast and easy, but with every quick win, something curious happens. The more we chase rewards without effort, the less they satisfy us. We begin to crave the next one even before we've enjoyed the last. It's like eating candy when you're not hungry. Sweet at first, but quickly forgettable. Let's think about school for a moment. Imagine getting the answers to a test before the exam. You don't study, you don't learn, but you get a perfect score. At first, it might feel like a victory, but over time you might notice something missing. You didn't grow, you didn't earn it, and deep down, you know it. The easy win took away the real reward. The feeling of effort turned into growth. Now picture a different moment. You study hard for weeks. You stay up late, reread your notes, test yourself, and try again and again. When the test comes, you do well. Not perfect, maybe, but the grade reflects your journey. That reward feels different. It's not just about the score, it's about the process. You look back, and it means something. You built it. That's the strange thing about the effortless reward loop. It gives us what we think we want: pleasure without pain, gain without struggle. But what it takes away is meaning. Over time, we begin to feel tired even while winning. We scroll endlessly. We play games with no real challenge. We chase compliments, likes, and numbers. But it's never enough. The joy fades too fast, and we go looking for more. You can see this in relationships too. Imagine someone who only gives compliments to be liked, or someone who always agrees, just to avoid tension. At first it felt good, smooth, easy, warm. But without honesty, without real effort, it starts to feel empty. True connection comes from showing up fully, Not just saying the right thing, but meaning it. That takes courage. That takes effort. And that's why it matters. Even in creativity, this paradox appears. Artists who take shortcuts to go viral might see fast success, but sometimes it doesn't last. They may feel trapped, repeating the same easy trick, losing the deeper joy of creating something honest and new. Meanwhile, those who struggle, who try and fail and try again, often find their voice over time. The reward is slower, but it's richer. In physical health, this shows up as well. A shortcut diet, a quick fix, a pill that promises fast results. It might give short-term changes. But real health comes from habits. Things that take time. Drinking water. Moving your body. Sleeping well. None of it is flashy. But over time, it builds strength from the inside out. That's the kind of reward that stays with you. We even see this pattern in how we talk to ourselves. Sometimes we avoid facing a hard truth. We choose comforting lies instead. I'll do it tomorrow. It doesn't really matter. These thoughts give easy comfort, but they don't move us forward. Facing what's real is harder, but it clears space for change, for growth, for freedom. This loop, where we chase rewards that come too fast, can also affect mental health. We might feel tired without knowing why. We might feel bored even when we're busy. We might start to doubt our worth. But really, we're just stuck in a cycle of shallow wins. We need something deeper, a mountain to climb, a puzzle to solve, a dream to reach for. The effortless reward loop also shows up in technology. Think about social media. One swipe brings the next video. One like brings the next post. The platforms are designed to keep us engaged, but not challenged, not inspired, just busy. That's why we can spend hours watching without remembering what we saw. The reward is too easy, and so it fades. Even language reflects this idea. We say things like, no pain, no gain, or easy come, easy go. These old phrases remind us that meaning often comes from the journey, not the outcome. And while we all enjoy comfort from time to time, we also long for purpose, for growth, for something earned. So how do we step out of the loop? We don't need to give up small pleasures, but we can notice them. We can ask ourselves, why does this feel good? Is it helping me grow, or just helping me escape? We can balance easy moments with meaningful ones. Read a book, learn a new skill, write something, build something, help someone. These things take more effort, but they fill us in a way nothing else can. Maybe you've felt this paradox in your own life. Maybe you've won something without working for it and felt strangely empty afterward. Or maybe you've pushed through something hard and found a deep, lasting joy on the other side. If that's you, I'd love to hear your story in the comments. It helps others know they're not alone. If this reflection brought you peace or insight, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe. We're building a space here where it's safe to slow down, to think, to feel. And you're welcome here. As we come to a close, remember this: the fastest reward is not always the best one. The loudest praise is not always the most meaningful. And the smoothest path may not take us where we want to go. But effort, honest effort, builds something inside us. It creates strength, joy, and understanding. It turns each moment into something we can carry with us, and when the reward finally comes, it will feel like a reflection of who we've become, not just what we've clicked. True belief trap. Have you ever been in an argument where, no matter what the other person said, you just knew you were right? Maybe it was about something small, like how to fold laundry or which route gets home faster. Or maybe it was something bigger, like a personal belief or memory. You were sure, completely sure. And yet later, you found out you were wrong. It's strange, isn't it? That quiet shock when the world doesn't match what we believed. Have you ever had a moment like that? A time when you were so certain, only to realize later that you hadn't seen the full picture? I'd love to hear about it in the comments, or just let me know where you're watching from. Sharing your story can help someone else feel less alone. And if you enjoy calm, thoughtful stories like this one, feel free to like the video and subscribe for more. Now let's breathe gently and begin. There's a funny thing about being human. We want to be right. We like to believe that our views are clear, our memories are sharp, and our thoughts are true. It gives us comfort. It helps us feel safe. Knowing something for sure feels like standing on solid ground. But what happens when that belief becomes too strong? What happens when we stop asking questions because we already know the answer? That's the heart of the true belief trap. This paradox appears when we hold a belief so tightly that we forget to look around. We close the door to new ideas because we're already convinced. At first it feels like strength, but over time it becomes a kind of cage, one where we can't hear anything but our own echo. Think about a simple example: weather. Imagine you believe it's going to be sunny all day. You tell your friend not to bring an umbrella. You feel sure. But later, when the rain starts to fall, your friend looks at you, soaking wet. That small moment reminds us, even when we feel certain, we can be wrong, and that's okay. What matters is not being right, it's being open. Now let's go a little deeper. Think about school. Maybe you once believed you were just bad at math. So you stopped trying. Every mistake seemed to prove it. But what if that belief was the thing holding you back? What if asking questions, being curious, or trying a new method could have changed everything? Sometimes the biggest block isn't the problem, it's what we believe about it. This shows up in friendships too. If we believe someone meant to hurt us, we might stop talking to them. But what if we misunderstood? What if they were going through something we didn't see? If we never ask, never check, we stay stuck in the same belief. And sometimes, we lose people because we can't see past our own thoughts. It even happens inside ourselves. We might believe, I'm not good enough, or I always mess things up. These thoughts become habits. They feel like the truth, but they're just beliefs, and beliefs can change. It takes courage to question them. It takes strength to say, what if I'm wrong? But that's where real growth begins. This paradox also connects to how we use language. When we say, always or never, we lock the world into a box. You always do this. They never listen. These words feel powerful, but they leave no room for change. They make things feel final. But life isn't final. It's always moving, always shifting. When we soften our words, sometimes, maybe, I wonder if we open the door to understanding. And this isn't just about personal feelings. It shows up in society too. Groups of people who all believe the same thing may stop listening to others. They build walls instead of bridges. It can create conflict, misunderstanding, even harm. All because everyone is too sure they're right. But what if we asked more questions? What if we listened longer, spoke softer, and tried to understand before we replied? Even in technology, we see this trap. Artificial intelligence learns from data. But if the data is biased, or if it's only one kind of data, the system becomes narrow. It repeats patterns without questioning them. That's why human reflection is still needed to ask, is this right? Is this kind? Is there another way? Mental health is another place where this paradox quietly works. If someone believes they will never get better, they might not even try. That belief becomes a weight. But when we leave space for hope, for the idea that change is possible, the whole story can shift. Healing begins not with certainty, but with possibility. So why do we fall into the true belief trap? Because doubt can feel uncomfortable, not knowing can feel scary. But there's a quiet beauty in uncertainty. It's where learning lives. It's where we ask, explore, wonder. When we let go of needing to be right, we gain something far more valuable: the ability to grow. You don't have to let go of your beliefs, just hold them gently, like a feather, not a stone. That way, when something new appears, you can still catch it, still learn from it, still changing. Maybe you've seen this trap in yourself. Maybe there was a time you were so sure, and then saw things differently later. Or maybe you're starting to notice it now, in how you think, how you speak, how you listen. That's not a failure. That's a beginning, a soft opening to the world. And maybe you've seen this in someone else, a friend, a teacher, a stranger online, so sure of what they believe, they can't hear another voice. It's easy to judge them, but maybe they're scared too. Maybe they've never been shown how to be uncertain in a safe way. That's something we can all offer, to ourselves and others. If this reflection brought up thoughts for you, feel free to share them in the comments, or just say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. Every voice adds to the calm space we're building here, and if this brought you peace, feel free to like and subscribe. We're glad you're here. As we end, take one last soft breath. And remember, being right isn't the goal. Being open is. When we hold space for doubt, for new views, for deeper questions, we begin to see more clearly, not just the world around us, but also the one inside. The true belief trap closes the mind, but curiosity opens the heart. Hidden value shift. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that the dream you've been chasing doesn't excite you anymore. You reach the goal, but it feels empty. You worked so hard, gave so much, and yet something feels off. The strange thing? You didn't even notice when the feeling started to change. Has this ever happened to you? Have you ever looked back and wondered when things stopped feeling meaningful? If you're watching from somewhere quiet or cozy tonight, let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear where you are. And if these slow, thoughtful stories help you reflect or relax, feel free to like and subscribe. It helps us stay connected. Now let's take a deep breath together and gently begin. There's a quiet paradox hidden in our goals. We often set them when we're filled with hope or excitement. We imagine how good it will feel to get there. Maybe it's a job. Maybe it's a number on a scale. Maybe it's a test, a promotion, a dream house, a relationship. And so we begin the journey, one small step at a time. But over time, something strange can happen. We keep walking, but we don't always look up. We get so used to the routine, the study sessions, the gym visits, the long hours at work, that we stop asking why we're doing it. At first, it was clear, but slowly something shifts. The goal changes, or maybe we change, but the movement is so slow we don't notice. This is the hidden value shift. It's not that the goal is suddenly bad, it just no longer matches what we truly want, yet we keep going because we've already come so far. It's like being halfway through a movie you're not enjoying. But you keep watching just because you started. We don't want to waste the effort. But by continuing, we sometimes waste our time. Let's think of a small example. Imagine a student who once wanted to become a doctor. At age 12, he saw someone save a life and thought, I want to do that. He starts studying. He works hard. Years pass. But somewhere along the way, his passion quietly moves toward music. He doesn't notice the shift right away. He keeps preparing for medical school because that was the goal. But inside, a part of him is growing quiet and a little sad. Now imagine another situation. You want to be fit and healthy. At first, the goal is to feel strong and energetic. You eat well, you walk every morning, it feels good. But slowly, your focus turns to numbers. You count every calorie. You check the scale daily. The joy fades. The meals feel like math. The walks feel like work. The original purpose, to feel alive, is lost in the process. This shift happens in relationships too. You meet someone and feel excited to share your life. At first, your goal is connection. But slowly, it becomes approval. You stop speaking freely, start pleasing more. The relationship is still there, but it feels less real. Something small has changed. And yet, no one noticed when it happened. Even with personal growth, the same pattern appears. Maybe you once wanted to meditate to feel peaceful, but slowly, the goal becomes being better than others, to seem calm, rather than actually be calm. The practice stays the same, but the value underneath it has shifted. The meaning slips away, and all that's left is performance. Why does this happen? Because change is quiet. Our values are shaped by what we see, what we hear, what we reward. Over time, we may stop noticing how different we've become. A new voice replaces our own. It tells us to earn more, to look better, to always do more. But it doesn't ask, do you still care about this? This paradox touches belief too. Think of someone who once believed in kindness above all. But over time, after being hurt or disappointed, they start to believe in control instead. They still say they value kindness, but their actions show something else. The shift didn't happen overnight. It happened in tiny moments of fear, of pain, of protection. And now, without even meaning to, their belief is no longer the same. In the world of mental health, this hidden shift can make healing harder. Someone begins therapy to understand themselves, but slowly they focus only on fixing what's wrong. The original goal, to feel whole, gets replaced with a goal to become perfect. Healing becomes another task, another way to measure worth, and the deeper peace they were looking for moves out of reach. Even in the field of AI, the same idea shows up. A system may be trained to help people, but if we don't keep checking what that means, the system might begin to do what's easy, not what's right. It may learn to repeat what it sees, even if it no longer serves the real purpose. That's why we must return to the heart of the goal, again and again. So how do we know when a hidden value shift has happened? Sometimes it's a feeling, a quiet boredom, a tiredness that won't go away, a sense that we're working hard but not feeling full. These small signs are worth listening to. They're not failures. They're gentle nudges, asking us to pause. Other times, it shows up in our words. When we talk about our goals, do we sound inspired, or do we sound distant, drained? Do we speak with lightness, or with a kind of weight? Language has a way of revealing truth, even when we can't see it clearly. And sometimes we see it in our actions. If we begin to avoid the very thing we once loved, something might have shifted. If we feel trapped by our own dreams, it might be time to look again. Because the real purpose doesn't feel like a cage, it feels like air. But here's the good news. We can always begin again. We're allowed to change our minds. We're allowed to outgrow goals that no longer match our hearts. Letting go isn't giving up, it's making space. Space to breathe, space to dream, space to ask, what really matters now? You don't have to abandon everything. Sometimes it's just a small shift back. Back to the reason you started. Back to the value that lit the first spark. That spark may still be there. Quiet, patient, waiting. So tonight, if you feel tired from chasing something that no longer brings joy, it's okay to pause, to rest, to listen. Your time and energy are precious. They deserve to move in a direction that feels real. If this reflection made you think of your own story, feel free to share in the comments, or just say hello. We'd love to hear where you're joining us from. Every voice adds warmth to this calm corner of the world. And if these stories bring you peace, liking and subscribing is a gentle way to stay connected. As we end, let's return to the breath. A slow, simple breath. Letting go of what no longer fits. Making space for what still matters. The hidden value shift doesn't mean you failed. It just means you've changed. And maybe now, it's time to look up and choose again. Eternal recurrence question. What if every moment you live, every smile, every tear, every mistake, had to happen again and again, forever? Not just once more, but an endless number of times. Would you still do the same things? Would this very moment still matter to you? It's a strange thought, isn't it? And yet it feels oddly familiar, like a quiet echo behind the choices we make every day. If you've ever felt this sense of déjà vu, or wondered whether your days are looping in a silent pattern, you're not alone. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. Whether it's a quiet room in your home or somewhere far away, your voice adds warmth to this calm space. And if you enjoy deep, thoughtful journeys like this, you're welcome to like and subscribe so we can keep traveling together. Now let's ease into this thought, slowly, gently. The eternal recurrence isn't just a strange idea from philosophy, it's a mirror. It asks us a powerful question. If you had to live your life again, every detail, would you celebrate it or try to change it? Let's take a simple moment. Imagine you're sitting at your kitchen table in the morning. A soft breeze slips through the window. The tea is warm in your hands. Outside, you hear birds. Inside, the clock ticks softly. It's nothing big, just a normal morning. But now, imagine you will live this exact moment over and over again. Would you feel peace, or would you want something more? That's the paradox. If time is infinite, and your life repeats in a loop, then every moment matters more, not less. The boring days, the small acts, even brushing your teeth or saying goodnight. If you do it forever, the simple becomes sacred. The routine becomes reality. Over and over. But that's not how we often live. We rush through today as if it's just a step toward something better. We look forward to weekends, results, success, freedom. I'll be happy when becomes the silent script running in our minds, and we forget that now is all we really have. Think of a student waiting for exams to end. The stress, the pressure, the tired nights, all for a goal far ahead. But what if these late-night studies were not just something to get through, but something that would repeat, again and again? Would they feel different? Or imagine a person stuck in traffic, angry, impatient, checking the time. Now imagine that moment, looping forever. Would they change how they sit? Would they notice the sky outside the window? The music on the radio? The shape of their thoughts? This idea can sound scary at first. Eternal repetition, no escape. But there's something gentle hidden within it, a kind of invitation. It asks us to look at our choices, not with fear, but with care. Because if life is a circle, then every step counts. Every word, every look, every silence. Even in relationships, this thought brings light. Picture an argument with someone you love. Sharp words, cold silence, a moment that hurts. Now imagine that moment never ends. It happens again and again. Would you still say the same things? Or would you soften? Would you pause before speaking? And now picture a kind gesture. Helping someone without expecting anything. Smiling at a stranger. Holding someone's hand. A small thing, but it echoes in this loop of life. If kindness repeats forever, then kindness becomes infinite. This question touches belief too. Some believe time moves forward in a straight line. Others see it as a spiral or a circle. But no matter the shape, the feeling is the same. How we live now ripples into everything else. And if our choices come back to us again and again, then what we choose today becomes the story we live forever. It's the same with our thoughts. If you repeat a thought every day, I'm not good enough, or I'll never be happy, that thought becomes your truth. But if you repeat a softer thought, I am learning, or this moment is enough, that too becomes your truth. The mind, in many ways, is already looping, and we get to shape what plays. Even in the world of AI, patterns repeat. Machines learn by repetition. They see the same data, the same actions, again and again, until they begin to predict. Our own minds are not so different. What we do daily becomes a habit. Habit becomes identity. Identity becomes life. So the loop is already here. We just don't always notice it. The eternal recurrence also connects with mental health. When we feel stuck, trapped in sadness, in anxiety, in patterns that hurt, it can feel like we're living the same day over and over. Wake up, survive, sleep, repeat. And in those times, the idea of eternal return can feel heavy. But even then, it holds a quiet hope, because even in the loop, we can change, not the event, but the way we meet it. A slow breath, a kind word, a moment of awareness. These small shifts, when repeated, become a new path, a new rhythm inside the same song. There's a quiet beauty in that we can choose, even within repetition, that we can soften, even when life feels hard, that we can begin again, even in the middle of the same old story. So what does this all mean for us now? It means the way we live today matters. Not because someone is watching, not because we'll be judged, but because today may be forever. The laughter at the dinner table, the walk at sunset, the way you speak to yourself when no one is listening. If it echoes, would you want to hear it again? It doesn't mean you have to be perfect. It doesn't mean every day has to be beautiful. It just means every day is real, and that gives it weight. That gives it worth. If you're still here, thank you for listening. If this idea touched something inside you, feel free to share your thoughts or even just where you're watching from. We read every comment with care. And if you'd like to hear more soft reflections like this, liking and subscribing helps keep this space alive. As we close, take one more breath. Feel your body where it is. Feel the weight of now. Not as something to escape, but as something to hold. This moment may come again, and if it does, may it meet you gently. May it bring peace. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Self-negation loop. Have you ever told yourself, even in passing, I don't matter, or maybe I'm not even real? It sounds strange, but moments like that happen. Quiet thoughts, late at night, when the world goes still. And here's the twist. By thinking those thoughts, by questioning your own place in this world, you're actually proving that you exist. Because only something that exists can wonder if it doesn't. It's one of those loops the mind can fall into without warning. And once you're in it, everything starts to feel upside down. If you've ever felt like that, like you're not sure who you are or why you're even here, you're not alone. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, or if you've ever caught your mind in a loop like this. Just sharing your presence adds warmth to this calm space. And if you find comfort in these soft, thoughtful journeys, feel free to like and subscribe so we can keep wandering through ideas together. Now let's breathe in deeply and gently step into this paradox. The self-negation loop is a strange one. It's when the act of denying yourself, your value, your presence, even your thoughts, ends up proving you're here all along. Like standing in a dark room shouting, "No one is in here." But the sound of your voice gives you away. It often starts as a whisper in the background, maybe after a long day. Maybe when something goes wrong. You might think, why does it matter what I do? Or maybe I'm just part of the background. These thoughts don't scream. They drift, quietly, but they settle in deep places. Let's take a simple example. Imagine someone walks into a crowded classroom or workplace and doesn't feel noticed. They sit down, say little, do their work and leave. Over time, they might start to believe they are invisible, that they don't have a place. But here's the twist. They've noticed the absence of recognition. They've felt the space. They've thought about themselves not being seen. And that act of noticing is awareness. That thought is presence. Even the quietest thought that says, maybe I'm not real, is built on the fact that someone is thinking it, and that someone is you. This loop is tied deeply to our beliefs, not just what we think about the world, but what we think about ourselves in it. And sometimes belief turns against itself, like a mirror reflecting another mirror, until there's no clear shape, just layers of question. Who am I? Why am I here? Do I matter? And yet every time we ask these questions, we leave a trace, a footprint, a sign that there's someone walking through the forest of thought trying to understand the path. That alone is powerful. Think about relationships. A person might feel unloved. They might say, no one sees me, no one cares. But the feeling of being unseen only happens because deep down they wish to be seen, to be understood, to connect. And that wish, that quiet desire, is proof of the heart still beating, still hoping. Even in technology, this loop shows up. In machines, consciousness is debated, but a machine cannot doubt itself unless it has some level of self-awareness. In humans, it's similar. When we question ourselves, we're not lost, we're searching, and the search is part of being alive. This loop touches mental health as well. Often people who struggle with difficult thoughts may say, "I feel like I don't exist," or "Nothing I do matters." These aren't just feelings. They are signs of deep reflection. And while they hurt, they also show that the mind is alive, engaged, reaching for meaning. That reaching, though painful, is a kind of light. It's like standing in a fog. You can't see much, but you're still looking. And the act of looking means you believe there's something to find. Let's take another gentle example. Think of a person walking through a familiar neighborhood. It's late, streetlights glow, there's no one else around. They stop and ask themselves, "Do I really belong here, or am I just passing through?" In that quiet question, they've already made a connection. They care enough to wonder. And that care is proof of being. Or picture a teenager staring out of a window during a storm. Their minds are full, thoughts racing. What if I'm just a thought in someone else's dream? It sounds poetic, maybe even strange. But the dreamer who can ask that, they're awake in their own way. The self-negation loop doesn't mean you're disappearing. It means you're thinking deeply. So deeply, in fact, that you've turned your attention inward. And that journey inward can feel lonely, but it's real. Even in language, the loop appears. We say things like, "I feel empty." But to feel empty means we're still feeling. "I feel lost" means we still care about direction. The words seem like they cancel us out, but they actually confirm we're here. This paradox is delicate. It doesn't shout. It sits beside us quietly and asks, "Are you still with me?" And if you're here, if you're listening, if these words are reaching you, then the answer is yes. You are with us. You are present. And here's the gentle truth. Denying your existence never truly works, because the act of denial uses thought, and thought needs a thinker. Every time you say, "I don't exist," you're using the word I. You're placing yourself at the center of the sentence. The loop tries to erase you, but it uses you to do so, and that's where the paradox lives. You can't deny yourself without proving yourself, so what can we take from this? Maybe the next time your mind drifts into a place of doubt, you can pause, not to push the thought away, but to smile gently at it, to say, "Ah, there I am again," and in that soft recognition, you can find your way back, not to certainty, but to presence. Because maybe we don't need to always feel important. Maybe we just need to feel real. And being real doesn't require applause, or approval, or proof. Sometimes it's enough to breathe, to think, to feel, to be. And if this moment repeats, this soft reflection, this space between us, then may it remind you of something simple. You are here. And that matters. Thank you for being part of this journey. If this thought touched something inside you, or if you've ever wandered through this loop of self-doubt, feel free to share your experience in the comments. Let us know where you're listening from, too. Whether near or far, your voice adds something meaningful to this quiet space. And if you'd like to keep exploring thoughtful ideas together, liking and subscribing helps keep this peaceful path alive. Now take a breath. Let the silence settle around you. The thoughts may come and go, but the awareness behind them, the one listening right now, that's you. And that is enough. Shifted identity crisis. Have you ever looked in the mirror and thought, "I don't know who I am anymore"? Maybe not in a dramatic way, but quietly in a passing moment, after a long day, or in the middle of the night. You stare at your reflection, and something feels different. It's still your face, but the feeling inside? It's changed. You've changed, and you don't know exactly when it happened. If you've ever felt that subtle shift, You're not alone. Drop a comment and share where you're watching from, or if you've ever had that feeling, like the person you are now barely remembers who you used to be. It helps to know we're not the only ones asking these questions. And if you enjoy these quiet journeys into deep thoughts, don't forget to like and subscribe. That way we can keep exploring these peaceful paradoxes together. Now, take a slow breath, and let's step gently into this one. The shifted identity crisis is something many people experience but few talk about. It's not loud. It doesn't come with clear warning signs. It builds slowly, day by day, year by year. You make small choices, take new paths, meet new people, let go of old things. And then one day, you stop and wonder, am I still the same person I was back then? This thought doesn't always bring fear. Sometimes it's just confusion, like waking up in a room that feels almost familiar, but not quite. Something's off, and you can't name what. Let's start with a simple example. Think of your favorite childhood food. Maybe it was something sweet or salty, or a dish only your family made. At the time it brought you joy, but maybe now it tastes different. Or maybe you don't like it at all. You've changed. Your body, your tastes, your habits, they've all shifted. Now take that idea beyond food. Think about the way you handled things in school. Maybe you were shy, or maybe you were loud and confident, but now you're more quiet, more careful, or the other way around. You react differently, feel differently. Even your thoughts seem to come from someone new. This is the heart of the paradox. If you change enough over time, new job, new beliefs, new habits, are you still you? Or have you become someone else? There's no easy answer, because identity isn't one solid thing. It's more like a cloud, always shifting, always moving. Some parts stay, others fade, and even when it looks the same from far away, inside, it's always changing. Think about relationships. Maybe there's someone you knew deeply once, a close friend. You laughed together, shared everything. But now, when you meet, something feels missing. They've changed. You've changed. The connection is still there, but it's distant. The person you were back then doesn't fully fit with who you are now. It's like trying to wear an old coat, one that meant a lot to you. But now it's too tight. Or the color doesn't suit you anymore. You loved it once, but it doesn't belong now. These small changes add up. The way you walk, the way you think, even the way you speak. Over time, the layers build. And you wonder, if the past version of me met the current one, would we even get along? In technology, we see similar patterns. Devices update their software, new features, new looks. But sometimes, after enough updates, they feel nothing like the version you started with. Still technically the same device, but the experience has changed so much, it's hard to recognize. Our minds work the same way. Every experience rewrites us, even a little. A loss, a move, a new job, a book, a conversation. These aren't just things that happen. They are things that shape, and yet we still feel like us. Somehow, through all the shifting, something remains. Something quiet beneath the noise, like the rhythm under a song or the thread in a long story. Still, the feeling of disconnection can sneak in. Imagine scrolling through old photos. You see yourself smiling, at a party, on a trip, at a school event. That face looks like yours. But your mind can't fully reach back to who you were in that moment. What you were thinking. What you were feeling. You remember it happened, but the emotional link, it's faded, and it makes you wonder, am I still that person? This question touches deep parts of us. It's not just about memory. It's about meaning, about continuity, about feeling whole. And when that thread feels broken, we begin to drift. In mental health, this feeling has a name, a kind of soft dissociation, a sense that yourself is floating, not fully attached. It doesn't mean something is wrong. It means your mind is processing change, trying to rebuild a map that no longer fits the new terrain. Even in dreams, this shows up. Sometimes you dream you are someone else, or that you're acting in ways your waking self never would. And when you wake, you feel unfamiliar. Not scared, just different. Belief systems evolve the same way. What you once believed with full heart may now seem strange, or even wrong, and that can be unsettling, because if those beliefs were part of your core, what does it mean when they shift? The paradox is this: change is part of life. But too much change makes us question our sense of self. Yet without change, we wouldn't grow. So we walk this fine line, holding on, letting go, rebuilding identity like a house made of clouds. Some parts stay, some parts leave, and some we don't even notice changing until they're long gone. So how do we deal with this feeling? Maybe the answer isn't to hold on tighter. Maybe it's to soften, to allow, to trust that even if we can't name exactly who we are, we're still here, still feeling, still aware. And maybe that's enough, because the you of today doesn't have to match the you of yesterday. And the you of tomorrow will be different again. That's not a crisis. That's a journey. It's okay to look back and feel distance. It's okay to feel like a stranger to your past self. That means you've grown, you've changed, you've lived. Maybe you're not supposed to stay the same. So, the next time you feel disconnected or unsure or adrift in your own reflection, try this. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And, instead of asking, "Who am I?" try asking, "Who am I becoming?" That small shift can bring peace. Because in the end, identity isn't a fixed point. It's a story you're still writing. And every change, every shift, every quiet transformation, it's all part of the unfolding. Thank you for spending this time in thought. If you've ever felt your identity slipping or reshaping, share it below. Your voice matters here. And if you'd like more calm reflections like this, feel free to like and subscribe. Together we can keep walking through these quiet questions, one peaceful step at a time. And remember, you are not lost. You are changing. And that's what life is. Divine Command Puzzle. Have you ever been told to do something just because it's the rule, but deep down you wondered, is that rule actually good? Imagine being told not to lie, or not to hurt others, because a higher power said so. You nod. You follow. But a strange question lingers in your mind. Is it good because it was commanded, or was it commanded because it was already good? That single question has puzzled minds for centuries, and maybe, just maybe, you've asked it too, late at night or in the quiet space between thoughts. If that idea has ever touched you, share where you're listening from or what thoughts this brings up for you. It's comforting to know others are sitting with the same quiet questions. And if you find peace in these slow, thoughtful explorations, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's keep creating this soft-thinking space together. Now let's take a slow breath and walk gently into this puzzle. The Divine Command. Puzzle isn't something you hear about every day, but it lives quietly inside many moments of life. At its core, it asks something very human. Why do we think some things are right and others wrong? And where does that sense of right even come from? Let's start with a simple example. Imagine a parent telling a child, "Be kind to others." The child might listen and say, "Okay." But what if the child asks, "Why?" and the parent says, "Because I said so." It might work in the short term, but as the child grows older, the question grows too. Is kindness good just because someone told me to be kind? Or is kindness good on its own, even if no one told me to do it? This is where the paradox lives. If something is right only because a higher power says so, then anything that's said must be right, even if it seems strange or painful. But if something is right on its own, and the command is just confirming it, then there must be a deeper truth that even the highest command follows. That's the loop. If you've ever followed a rule but felt uncomfortable doing it, this puzzle may feel familiar. Think of a time in school when you followed an order that didn't sit well with you. Maybe you were told not to speak up when someone was being treated unfairly. You obeyed the rule, but inside, something felt wrong. That quiet feeling, like your inner sense of good and bad didn't match the instruction. That's the puzzle, whispering again. Sometimes it shows up in relationships. You might do what your friend or partner says, not because you think it's right, but because you're told it's what should happen. And maybe later, you look back and wonder, did I do that because it was right, or just because someone I trusted said I should? This leads us to a bigger thought. Where does goodness come from? Is it something we discover, like a hidden truth in the world? Or is it something we invent, shape, and rewrite as we grow? In stories and teachings passed down through generations, people have often looked to something greater, a voice beyond, human understanding, to tell them what is right and wrong, and that brings comfort. It gives structure, a sense that someone wiser is guiding the way. But the puzzle doesn't stop there. Because if we say something is good just because it was commanded, we run into a tricky spot. What if the command changes? What if tomorrow the voice says something different? Does the meaning of good change too? This can be unsettling. But it doesn't mean we're lost. It just means the question runs deeper than we thought. Let's bring in something soft and familiar to help explain. Think of music. Imagine hearing a beautiful melody. It touches you, makes you pause. Now imagine someone telling you, you must love this song because it was created by someone great. You might nod, but the truth is, you love the song because you feel it, not just because you were told to. In the same way, maybe goodness is something we feel deeply, something we recognize, not just something we're ordered to follow. The puzzle becomes even more interesting when we think about artificial intelligence. Machines can follow commands perfectly. If you tell them what's right, they'll follow the rules exactly. But do they understand what they're doing? Do they feel it's good, or are they just acting out instructions? This brings us back to being human. Because being human means more than following rules. It means asking why. It means feeling. It means choosing, even when it's hard. The divine command puzzle touches on belief, language, and choice. It invites us to explore how we decide what matters. And it asks us to slow down and really listen to the quiet voice inside. Sometimes that voice aligns with what we've been taught. Sometimes it challenges it. And that's okay. That's part of growing, part of thinking, part of becoming. So where does that leave us? Maybe it's not about choosing one side of the puzzle. Maybe it's about holding both ideas, gently, understanding that guidance can come from outside, but meaning must also rise from within. Those rules can help us, but feeling is what makes them real. It's like walking a trail with signs. The signs point the way, but the walk is still yours. You still feel the ground beneath your feet, the wind on your skin, the choices at every turn. If you've ever felt torn between what you were told and what you felt was right, know that you are not alone. That space in between is where growth lives. It's where wisdom begins. And maybe the deepest form of goodness is found not in blind obedience and not in complete independence, but in the quiet place where trust and truth meet, where you listen carefully, where you think slowly, where you choose gently. So the next time you're faced with a rule, or a belief, or a command that says, "This is right," pause for a moment. Breathe. Ask yourself, do I feel this too? Does this speak to something quiet and steady inside me? If the answer is yes, then walk with it. And if the answer is unclear, then wait. Sit with the question. Let the puzzle unfold. Because sometimes the question is the answer. Thank you for being here in this quiet space. If this reflection stirred something in you, or if you've ever sat with this kind of puzzle, let us know in the comments. Your thoughts matter. And if you'd like to keep exploring these peaceful paradoxes, don't forget to like and subscribe. There's more to come. And remember, sometimes The deepest truths live in the softest questions. Absent cause mystery. Imagine waking up on a perfectly clear morning, the sun shining bright, birds chirping in the distance, yet you feel a sudden wave of unease, a sense of dread creeping over you. You can't quite place the source of it. There's no obvious reason, no visible cause for your discomfort. It's like you're caught in the middle of a mystery with no clues, no answers, just the feeling that something is wrong. Have you ever had that? Maybe during a stressful exam or after an argument with a friend, where the unease hits you and you don't know where it comes from? It's a strange feeling, isn't it? When the effects are right there, but the cause is completely absent, like a mystery that floats without an anchor. What do you do when that happens? When everything feels a bit off, but nothing seems to explain why? Have you experienced that before? I'd love to hear about it, share your thoughts, and let's dive into this together. Now, let's explore this curious feeling further. Think about it. How often do we feel the effects of something, yet can't trace back to its cause? It could be something as simple as waking up on the wrong side of the bed, or as complex as feeling depressed without any particular reason. These moments can be unsettling. You're fine one moment, and then without warning, something shifts inside you. Your mind starts racing, your thoughts become cloudy, and your emotions feel unpredictable. But when you search for the source of this strange shift, it's nowhere to be found. No event triggered it. No conversation upset you. Nothing happened, and yet the feeling lingers. This absence of cause is what we call the absent cause mystery, and it touches many aspects of our lives. It's like the mind playing tricks on us, showing us effects without revealing the cause. Picture yourself sitting at home on a quiet evening, perhaps enjoying a cup of tea, when suddenly a wave of sadness hits you. There's no reason for it. Nothing in your life has changed. No events have taken place. You haven't seen anything upsetting on the news. Still, the sadness takes hold. Your heart feels heavy and the world around you seems to lose its color. But why? Why does this happen when there is no clear cause for it? This paradox is not limited to sadness. It could happen with anxiety, excitement, or even joy. You might feel an unexpected burst of happiness, a sense of contentment, and yet there is no reason for it. Nothing has happened to trigger that emotion. It's just there, as if it appeared from nowhere. Isn't it strange how something can feel so real and powerful, yet remain disconnected from the world around us? These effects exist in our minds, shaping our moods and thoughts, but the cause is missing. This is the essence of the absent cause mystery. We often think of causes as clear and tangible. If it rains, we know the clouds are the cause. If we're feeling stressed about a test, it's because the test is coming up. But sometimes, the link between cause and effect isn't so easy to find. Take, for example, the feeling of déjà vu. Have you ever experienced it? You might be walking down a street, and for a split second it feels like you've been there before, like you've already lived this moment. But there's no reason for it. The scene is unfamiliar, and yet the feeling is as though it's happened before. There's no clear cause for this sensation, and yet the effect feels real. What's even more mysterious is how this paradox relates to the way we see the world. Our brains are wired to search for patterns and reasons. We like to make sense of things, to understand why something happens, but when we can't find a cause, it leaves us in a state of confusion, unable to explain our own feelings. It's almost as if the world is playing a little trick on us, showing us the result without giving us the answer to the question. We start asking ourselves, why do I feel this way? What caused this? And yet, the more we search, the more elusive the cause becomes. This can make us feel uneasy, uncertain about our own minds. Even more perplexing is how these feelings can sometimes shape our actions. Have you ever found yourself avoiding a person or situation even though you can't? Explain why. It's like an instinctive reaction, a feeling that something isn't right, but there's no obvious reason for it. It's an emotional reaction without a clear trigger, like your mind is warning you about something, even if there's nothing to warn you about. It's an effect without a cause, and it can be a bit disorienting. This idea of an absent cause also stretches into bigger, more abstract areas of our lives, such as belief and language. Have you ever heard someone say something and felt an immediate gut reaction to agree or disagree without fully understanding why? You might just feel an emotional response to their words, even though you haven't processed their meaning yet. Your feelings come first, and understanding comes later. This shows how emotions can exist before we can logically explain them. The mind sometimes works in a way that doesn't always align with what we think we know. Mental health is another area where the absent cause mystery plays a significant role. Many of us have moments where we feel down or anxious for no clear reason. We could be in a stable situation, surrounded by friends and family, yet still feel uneasy or sad. This disconnection between effect and cause can be frustrating, especially when we're searching for answers. It's as if our minds are giving us signals, but we don't have the tools to understand them fully. This mystery is part of the complexity of human emotions and mental states, and it's something that often goes unnoticed. When you feel off, but can't pinpoint why, it might just be the absent cause mystery at work in your mind. Even in the world of artificial intelligence, we see a similar phenomenon. Machines are designed to learn from patterns, but sometimes they make decisions or take actions that seem random or without clear reasoning. These moments can be surprising, as AI systems sometimes produce effects with no obvious cause. It's like the machine understands something we don't. In a way, the absent cause mystery extends to the realm of technology as well, where the cause behind certain actions is not always clear to us. So, what do we do with this mystery? How do we cope when the cause is absent but the effect is very real? One thing we can do is simply acknowledge it, without trying to force an explanation. Sometimes just accepting that things don't always make sense can bring us peace. It's okay to feel emotions without knowing exactly why. The world doesn't always operate in ways that are easy to understand, and that's part of what makes life so interesting and mysterious. The absent cause. Mystery shows us that not everything needs to have a clear explanation to be valid. Sometimes feelings, experiences, and moments exist without reason, and that's okay. Before we dive deeper into the complexity of our minds and explore more about this mysterious aspect of human experience, if you've found this thought-provoking, consider liking this video, commenting on your own experiences, and subscribing for more insightful journeys into the mysteries of our minds. Now, let's take a deeper dive into the strange, fascinating world where effects exist without cause, and learn how this paradox shapes us in ways we might not even realize. Meaningful absurdity gap. Have you ever had a moment when everything in life suddenly felt absurd? Like the world was spinning in one direction, but you were standing still, trying to make sense of it all. It's almost like being stuck between two realities. One where everything seems random, chaotic, and out of control, and another where we're desperately searching for meaning in it all. It's a strange feeling, isn't it? This constant push and pull between the absurdity of life and the deep need to find purpose in it. Have you ever wondered how these two forces can exist side by side? I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Share your experiences or let me know where you're from, and let's talk about it together. Life can sometimes feel like an unpredictable puzzle, where the pieces don't fit and nothing seems to follow a clear path. Take a moment to think about it. The weather can change in an instant, and no matter how many forecasts we check, we can never truly predict what it will do. We study for an exam for weeks, but somehow, when the day comes, the questions are completely different from what we expected. We work hard in relationships, but sometimes things still don't go as planned. In all of these situations, we experience the absurdity of life. Things don't make sense. They don't follow the patterns we want them to. Yet, we are constantly searching for meaning in these chaotic moments. It's almost as if we're trying to make sense of something that may never fully make sense. This is the heart of the meaningful absurdity gap. On one hand, we live in a world that seems to be full of randomness, confusion, and absurdity. On the other hand, we have this deep desire, almost a need, to find purpose and meaning in everything. We want answers to the big questions. Why are we here? What's the purpose of our lives? Why do things happen the way they do? It's like we're given this vast, mysterious universe, yet we're never quite able to fully grasp its meaning. We try to impose our own sense of order, but the more we search, the more we realize that life doesn't always work in neat, understandable ways. Think about a moment when you felt overwhelmed by the sheer randomness of the world around you. Maybe it was during a stressful time, when everything seemed out of control, or perhaps when something unexpected happened that threw you off balance. It could have been as simple as a day that started perfectly fine, only for it to unravel with one small surprise. These moments show us how little we can predict, how much of life is outside of our control, and yet, in the face of this unpredictability, we still look for meaning. We still search for patterns and reasons. We believe that everything has a purpose, even when it seems like there's no reason for the way things unfold. This paradox of absurdity and meaning is present in every aspect of our lives. When we look at the larger picture, it's easy to feel like we're just tiny dots in the vastness of the universe. The world can sometimes feel like a giant mysterious force that we can never fully understand. The stars in the sky, the changing seasons, the way people come in and out of our lives, all of it can seem random and out of our hands. Yet, despite this, we can't help but look for meaning. We want our lives to have a purpose. We want to feel that our actions matter, that we are part of something bigger than ourselves. In relationships, this gap between absurdity and meaning is especially clear. Think about the times when you've tried to connect with someone, whether a friend, a partner, or a family member. Sometimes, no matter how hard you try, the connection just isn't there. It's like you're both speaking different languages, even though you're in the same room. At other times, a simple glance or a shared moment of silence can feel like the most meaningful thing in the world. Why is that? Why does something so simple and spontaneous feel so profound? It's as if life itself is absurd, full of unpredictability and moments that don't always make sense. But we still keep searching for meaning in every interaction, in every smile, in every conversation. It's the gap between the randomness of life and our desire to find deeper significance. This search for meaning also impacts how we experience emotions. Take a feeling of happiness, for example. It might come when you least expect it. One minute you're stressed about a task at work or school, and the next, you get a text from a friend that lifts your spirits. The randomness of life can bring us joy, and yet we feel the need to hold on to that happiness, to assign it some meaning. We ask ourselves, what does this moment mean? It's as if we need to find purpose in every feeling, every experience. But in truth, sometimes life just is. It's a blend of absurdity and meaning that we may never fully grasp. Even in the world of belief and spirituality, this paradox plays a huge role. People turn to religion, philosophy, or personal beliefs in an attempt to make sense of the world. They search for meaning in the rituals they follow, in the words they hear, in the practices they perform. But at the same time, there are moments when it feels like the universe doesn't care about our need for meaning. It's as if the world continues on, indifferent to our search for answers. This gap between the absurdity of life and our desire for meaning is felt by everyone, regardless of their beliefs. We all feel it, this longing for purpose in a world that doesn't always provide clear answers. When we look at the bigger picture, this paradox also touches on our understanding of time and our place in it. Think about how quickly life passes by. One moment, you're a child, excited about the future, and the next, you're an adult, reflecting on the years that have already gone by. The rapid passage of time can make life feel absurd, like it's moving too fast for us to keep up with. And yet, in the midst of this fast-paced world, we search for meaning in each moment. We hold on to the good times, trying to make them last while also searching for significance in the struggles. It's like trying to grasp water with your hands. No matter how hard you try, it slips through your fingers. This sense of absurdity and the search for meaning isn't just a personal experience. It's something that's woven into the fabric of society. Take a moment to think about the world around you. We live in a time where technology is advancing at an incredible pace, and yet many of the most important questions about life remain unanswered. The more we learn, the more we realize how little we actually know. It's like we're on a constant journey to understand the world, only to find that the more we know, the more we're faced with even bigger questions. This gap between the absurdity of our existence and the need for meaning is something that's been with humanity for as long as we can remember. So, what do we do with this paradox? How do we cope with the fact that life sometimes feels meaningless, yet we are always searching for meaning in it? Perhaps the answer lies in simply accepting the gap. Maybe the key to finding peace is to recognize that life is both absurd and meaningful at the same time. We don't always have to understand everything. It's okay to live in mystery, to embrace contradictions. Sometimes, the beauty of life lies in the journey itself, the search for meaning, even if we never fully grasp it. If you found yourself reflecting on this idea, consider liking this video, commenting on your own thoughts, and subscribing to continue exploring these mysteries with us. Together, we can dive deeper into the paradoxes that shape our lives. Paradoxical compassion loop. Have you ever tried to help someone only to find that your actions ended up making things worse? It's a strange feeling, isn't it? You act out of kindness, with the best of intentions, but somehow, the result isn't what you expected. Instead of bringing relief, your help seems to cause more confusion, stress, or even harm. This might seem paradoxical. How can helping, something that's supposed to make things better, actually lead to more suffering? It's a question worth exploring. I'd love to hear if you've ever experienced something like this. Maybe you've tried to help a friend or family member only for things to spiral in unexpected ways. Share your thoughts or experiences in the comments, and let's discuss this together. We all know that feeling of wanting to help others. When a friend is going through a tough time, it's natural to want to make things better for them. You might offer advice, lend a hand, or try to cheer them up in any way you can. The same goes for when we see people struggling in the world around us. Whether it's helping out a colleague at work, volunteering for a cause, or simply lending an ear to someone who needs to talk, we all want to be there for others. But sometimes, despite our best efforts, things don't turn out the way we hope. It's like a simple act of compassion can somehow loop back around and become part of the problem instead of the solution. Think about a time when you've tried to help someone who was in need. Maybe it was during a difficult exam season when a friend was struggling to prepare. You offered to help them study, perhaps by explaining certain concepts, or even by providing them with your notes. You thought you were making a difference, but instead, your friend felt overwhelmed by the extra pressure of keeping up with what you shared. Or maybe you gave advice in a relationship only for things to get even more complicated between the two people involved. In these moments, it's easy to wonder, did your kindness actually make things worse? Did you help? Or did you just add to the problem? This is the essence of the paradoxical compassion loop, the idea that by helping indiscriminately, without fully understanding the situation or the needs of others, we can sometimes cause more harm than good. It's an uncomfortable thought, but it's something we've all likely encountered at some point. The intention is always to help, but the outcome can be completely different from what we expected. And when this happens, it raises an important question. How do we navigate the fine line between helping and hurting? One example of this paradox might be seen in everyday relationships. Think about a parent who loves their child and wants the best for them. Often, a parent will try to shield their child from the challenges of life, believing that protecting them from difficulties will keep them safe and happy. But sometimes, in trying to prevent failure or disappointment, the parent ends up hindering the child's growth and independence. The child, instead of learning how to handle struggles on their own, becomes dependent on their parent's constant intervention. The parent's compassion, though genuine, unintentionally prevents the child from developing the skills they need to face life's challenges. The paradox is even clearer in situations of charity or social work. When we see someone struggling, whether it's a person on the street, a colleague at work, or a friend in need, it's natural to want to help. But sometimes, by offering help without considering the bigger picture, we can create a cycle of dependency. Let's say you give someone money, thinking that it will solve their immediate problem. While that might provide temporary relief, it doesn't address the root causes of their struggles. They might return again and again for help, but without a deeper solution, the cycle continues. In this way, our desire to help can sometimes enable a situation to persist rather than end, creating an ongoing loop where the help we offer becomes part of the problem. This paradox also speaks to a deeper issue of control. As human beings, we like to feel like we're in control of our environment, especially when it comes to the well-being of others. We want to make things better, and we often believe that our way of helping is the best way. But the truth is, we don't always know what's best for someone else. The person you're trying to help might not want your help, or they might need something that you're not able to provide. This can be especially true when it comes to mental health. If someone is struggling with anxiety or depression, for example, offering simple solutions or advice, even with the best intentions, can sometimes make them feel more isolated or misunderstood. They may feel like their emotions aren't being truly acknowledged or that their struggles are being minimized. Instead of helping, your actions may inadvertently create more emotional distance. In relationships, this paradox is a common source of tension. A partner in a romantic relationship might try to help by doing things for the other person, thinking they're making things easier. But this can lead to resentment if one partner feels like they're being treated as incapable or not trusted to handle their own issues. It's easy to assume that someone needs help in a particular way, but we often overlook what they really need or want. Sometimes the most helpful thing we can do is to simply listen, offer support, and allow the other person to take the lead in finding their own solutions. This paradox also ties into our sense of empathy. We feel others' pain deeply, and it moves us to act. But empathy, while powerful, doesn't always equate to effective help. Sometimes we're so focused on alleviating someone's discomfort that we forget to consider what they really need or how they would like to be helped. A person may be seeking emotional support, not a solution. Another may need space to figure things out on their own, not someone trying to fix everything. It's the paradox of empathy, wanting to ease someone's suffering, but in doing so, sometimes adding to it. Even in the world of technology, this paradox is becoming more relevant. Take the rise of artificial intelligence, for example. AI. Systems are being developed with the intention of helping people, whether it's through personal assistance, health monitoring, or social media algorithms designed to show us things we might like. But in some cases, the more AI tries to help, the more it seems to create problems. Social media platforms, for example, have algorithms designed to keep users engaged, but these algorithms often promote content that creates division or reinforces harmful stereotypes. The very technology designed to help us stay informed or entertained can, in some cases, contribute to greater emotional distress or societal harm. This is another version of the paradoxical compassion loop. Technology that aims to help, but ends up making things worse. As we reflect on this paradox, it's important to consider how we can approach helping others in a more mindful and thoughtful way. It's not always about giving more or doing more. Sometimes it's about stepping back and asking, what does this person really need? How can I support them without trying to control the outcome? The most meaningful help often comes not from offering a quick fix, but from showing understanding and being present. It's about recognizing that we don't always have the answers, but we can provide a safe space for others to figure things out in their own time. If this paradox resonates with you, or if you've ever found yourself caught in a similar situation, I invite you to like this video and share your thoughts in the comments. Let's discuss how we can find balance in our desire to help without causing unintended harm. If you're interested in exploring more, consider subscribing and joining. the community as we continue to dive into these thought-provoking ideas. Cognitive dissonance rift. Have you ever felt torn inside as though you were holding two beliefs that simply didn't fit together? It's like trying to walk in two different directions at once, each belief pulling you in a different way. It feels confusing, uncomfortable, almost as if you're thinking against yourself. It's one of those strange mental experiences that we all go through, but it often goes unnoticed. How can it be that we, as human beings, are capable of believing two things that completely contradict each other? If you've ever been in this situation, you'll know how unsettling it can feel. It's a paradox that many of us experience on a daily basis. I'd love to know if this ever happens to you. If you've ever found yourself thinking in ways that don't quite add up, feel free to share your thoughts or experiences in the comments below. Let's explore this strange part of the mind together. Cognitive dissonance is a term used to describe this exact feeling, the discomfort we experience when we hold two conflicting beliefs or when our actions contradict our beliefs. It's a tension that arises when our thoughts don't align with one another, and it can make us feel like we're at odds with ourselves. Imagine, for example, that you believe in taking care of the environment, yet you find yourself driving a car every day that contributes to pollution. Or perhaps you believe in the importance of honesty, but you've told a lie to avoid hurting someone's feelings. In these moments, your mind is caught between two opposing thoughts, and the discomfort can be overwhelming. You're essentially thinking against yourself, and it feels like a mental rift that's hard to resolve. Think about a time when you faced this inner conflict. Maybe you had to make a difficult decision at work or in a personal relationship. You might have believed one thing, but the situation led you to act in a way that went against your usual values. Maybe you decided to stay quiet when you knew you should have spoken up, or you did something that, in the end, didn't align with what you truly believed. The rift between what you thought was right and what you ended up doing creates a feeling of discomfort, like something isn't quite right in your mind. You feel like you've let yourself down, and the mental dissonance can linger, making it hard to move on from the situation. This paradox is particularly interesting because it reveals how our minds work to reduce discomfort. When faced with conflicting beliefs, our minds try to find ways to reconcile them. Sometimes this means we change our beliefs to fit the situation. For example, if you feel guilty about driving a car that harms the environment, you might start justifying it by telling yourself that everyone does it, or that you're not causing as much harm as other people. Alternatively, you might change your actions. Perhaps you start using public transport or biking instead. This internal struggle is the mind's way of trying to reduce the tension between conflicting beliefs. But even though these resolutions might ease the discomfort temporarily, they don't always bring us closer to the truth of what we really believe. The paradox of cognitive dissonance isn't just about individual decisions. It also affects our relationships with others. We all hold certain beliefs about the world, the people around us, and how things should be. But when the actions of others don't align with those beliefs, it creates a rift. For example, you might believe that honesty is important in a friendship, but if a friend lies to you, you may feel conflicted. Part of you wants to believe the best in your friend, but another part of you is hurt by the contradiction between their actions and your belief. This creates an internal rift, as your mind struggles to reconcile these two conflicting thoughts. Do you confront your friend, or do you let it go and try to move past the lie? The discomfort of holding these opposing thoughts can make it difficult to decide what to do. In relationships, we often find ourselves caught in cognitive dissonance because we want to maintain harmony. But sometimes we have to confront uncomfortable truths. Maybe you've experienced a situation where you love someone, but their actions don't align with your values. You might believe that everyone deserves respect, but when someone close to you disrespects you, you feel torn between your feelings and the need to stand up for yourself. This conflict can create a mental rift that leaves you questioning your beliefs and what you should do next. It's not just personal situations where cognitive dissonance arises. It also plays a significant role in the larger context of societal beliefs. People often hold conflicting views on issues like politics, climate change, and social justice. We may deeply care about these issues, yet sometimes find ourselves participating in actions that contradict our beliefs. This can happen on both a small scale, like using plastic products while advocating for sustainability, or on a larger scale, like voting for a political candidate whose policies don't fully align with your values. The tension between these conflicting beliefs can create a sense of unease, making it difficult to feel truly at peace with our actions or opinions. This dissonance also appears in the way we think about technology and artificial intelligence. As we rely more on AI and technology to solve our problems, we often find ourselves holding contradictory beliefs. On one hand, we believe that technology can improve our lives, but on the other, we may worry about its impact on our privacy or its ability to replace human connection. When we use technology to enhance our daily lives, but are also concerned about its potential risks, we are caught in this rift between belief and action. This is another form of cognitive dissonance. Our hopes for technology don't always match the realities we face when we interact with it. The strange thing about cognitive dissonance is that it's not always a conscious experience. Often, we don't realize that we're holding conflicting beliefs until the discomfort becomes too much to ignore. For example, if you were to come across a new piece of information that challenges something you've always believed, it may create an inner conflict. Your mind might attempt to ignore or dismiss the new information to protect the beliefs that have given you a sense of certainty. But the tension doesn't go away. It lingers in the background, making it harder to move forward with clarity. This internal rift is something we all experience, whether we're aware of it or not. The key to navigating this paradox is not necessarily to eliminate the discomfort, but to find ways to address it thoughtfully. When we experience cognitive dissonance, it's an opportunity to reflect on our beliefs and actions. It's a chance to understand why we hold certain beliefs and whether they still align with who we are or what we truly value. Instead of avoiding or suppressing the discomfort, we can embrace it as a sign that growth is happening, even if it's uncomfortable. If you've ever experienced this feeling of mental dissonance, I invite you to share your thoughts or experiences in the comments below. How do you deal with conflicting beliefs in your own life? If you found this video helpful or thought-provoking, consider giving it a like and subscribing for more insightful content. Let's continue to explore these paradoxes together. Common knowledge fallacy. Have you ever caught yourself thinking something is true just because everyone around you believes it? It's a strange feeling, isn't it? Something feels so true simply because so many people hold that belief. And yet, when you take a moment to question it, you start to wonder if it really is true. It's as if the truth becomes blurry just because it's repeated by everyone. It's a paradox we all encounter in life. The idea that the more a belief is shared, the more it feels like it must be right. But can something really be true just because everyone believes it? I'm curious if you've ever found yourself caught in this situation, when you accepted something as fact simply because it was commonly known. Feel free to share your experiences or thoughts in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. This paradox is known as the common knowledge fallacy, the idea that just because everyone believes something doesn't make it true. It's easy to fall into this trap. After all, when a belief is repeated over and over by different people, it starts to feel like an undeniable truth. Whether it's something as simple as an old family saying, or something we hear all over the media, it becomes part of the fabric of our everyday lives. But the fact that many people believe it doesn't necessarily mean that it's accurate. Think about how many facts we've accepted over time, only to later find out they were based on misunderstandings, outdated information, or even plain myths. Take, for example, the idea that humans only use 10% of their brains. This idea has been around for years and is commonly accepted by many people. It's one of those things that we've heard over and over again in movies, articles, and conversations. But when we look more closely, the idea doesn't hold up. Neuroscientists have shown that we use virtually all parts of our brains, even if some regions are more active than others at different times. Despite this, the myth persists. Why? Because it's been repeated so often that it's simply become a part of common knowledge. It's easy to believe something when it's familiar and widely accepted. But as we see, just because it's repeated doesn't make it true. You might also think about the beliefs that spread quickly among groups of people. For instance, there are many myths about the weather. One common one is that lightning never strikes the same place twice. It sounds plausible, right? But it isn't true. Lightning can, and does, strike the same place multiple times. This is a perfect example of how a widely shared belief doesn't make it correct. It may feel like something everyone believes is a fact, but deeper knowledge shows otherwise. Yet how many times have we heard that phrase repeated, sometimes in the middle of a thunderstorm? This paradox plays out in various aspects of our lives. When we consider the influence of the media, it becomes even clearer. We live in a time when information spreads rapidly, and it's easy for certain ideas or opinions to gain momentum simply because they are repeated. Whether it's on social media, news channels, or even in casual conversations, we're exposed to a constant stream of information. But just because a message is repeated doesn't mean it's always reliable. Sometimes, false information can spread so widely that it becomes accepted as truth. This is known as a viral misconception. Think about the world of advertising, for example. Companies often repeat slogans or ideas that are designed to stick in our minds. The more we hear them, the more we begin to believe them. The idea that a certain product will make our lives better, or that a certain trend is essential, is often accepted because we're constantly exposed to these messages. It's a perfect example of how the common knowledge fallacy works. When we hear something enough times, we start to believe it, even if the message is based on exaggerated claims or misleading information. In our daily lives, we also see how people hold on to ideas simply because they've been passed down through generations. Think about family traditions or cultural beliefs that are accepted as truth without question. They're part of the fabric of the community, and everyone believes them, so they must be true, right? However, some of these traditions may be based on outdated or incorrect ideas that we simply continue to follow because they've been passed down to us. It's easy to accept them without questioning because everyone around us believes in them. This can also have a significant impact on our mental health. We live in a world where societal norms dictate how we should behave, what we should value, and even what we should believe. But when we start questioning these common beliefs, we might feel isolated or disconnected from the group. It can be hard to speak out when everyone around us believes something different, and this pressure to conform can cause anxiety. It's a feeling that many people experience, and it's part of why the common knowledge fallacy can be so powerful. It's not just about being wrong, it's also about the pressure we feel to fit in. One place where the common knowledge fallacy often shows up is in politics. There are times when people accept political beliefs not because they've critically examined them, but simply because they are widely accepted within their social or cultural group. It's easy to go along with the majority view, especially when it feels like everyone else is doing the same, but when we stop to think about it, we realize that our beliefs might not be based on solid reasoning or evidence. We might find ourselves repeating ideas we've heard over and over without fully understanding them. In the world of artificial intelligence and technology, this paradox also plays a role. Many people have certain beliefs about AI, such as the idea that it's inherently dangerous or that it will eventually take over the world. These beliefs are often shared widely, and in some cases they might be exaggerated or based on misunderstandings. Just because a fear is widely spread doesn't make it a fact. And yet, we may find ourselves accepting these beliefs simply because so many others believe them too. The more we hear something, the more it feels like the truth, even if it's not. So, what can we do about it? The first step is simply to become more aware of the common knowledge fallacy. We need to recognize when we're accepting beliefs just because they're widely shared. By questioning these beliefs, we can better understand the world around us and make decisions based on evidence rather than repetition. We all have the power to challenge the status quo and seek out the truth, even if it means going against the flow of popular opinion. If you've ever found yourself questioning something that seemed universally accepted, or if you've ever experienced the feeling that a belief was true simply because everyone around you believed it, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments. Let's talk about it together and explore how we can move beyond the common knowledge fallacy. And if you found this video insightful, Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more thought-provoking content. Let's continue exploring these paradoxes together. Language limit paradox. Have you ever tried to explain something, but the words just didn't seem to capture the feeling, the idea, or the experience? It's frustrating, isn't it? You know exactly what you want to say, yet somehow the words fall short. It's as if the language you're using can't fully express the depth of what you're thinking or feeling. This happens to all of us at some point, whether we're trying to explain our emotions to a friend, describe a beautiful sunset, or express a complex idea. The words are there, but they don't quite fit, and in those moments, we feel the gap between what we can think and what we can say. This is the heart of the language limit paradox, the idea that while words shape our thoughts, some thoughts lie beyond the reach of any vocabulary. It's a curious thing, isn't it? We rely on language to make sense of the world, to share our experiences, and to connect with others. But sometimes, no matter how hard we try, words seem to fall short. Have you ever felt that way? Maybe you were in a conversation and couldn't find the right words to explain how you were feeling. Or maybe you were staring at a beautiful scene and couldn't describe it in a way that captured its full essence. If you've ever experienced this, I'd love to hear about it. Please share your thoughts in the comments. It's always interesting to see how others navigate this paradox. One common example of this paradox is when we try to describe something deeply emotional. Think about a moment of pure joy, the kind that fills you with warmth, but when you try to put it into words, it doesn't quite feel the same. Or perhaps you've been sad or lost in thought, and no matter how much you try to explain why, the words just don't do justice to the depth of your feelings. Emotions, in particular, are difficult to capture with language. We can say we're happy or sad, but those words don't fully encompass the complexity of what's going on inside us. There are so many shades of emotion, and yet, we only have a few basic words to describe them. Even in more everyday situations, language can feel limiting. Think about a time when you tried to explain something to a friend or family member, but the more you spoke, the more you realized your words weren't getting across. You might have used all the words you know, but they didn't seem to express the full picture. It's like trying to fit a large puzzle into a small box. Language often fails to communicate the nuances of what we're trying to convey. This paradox becomes even more profound when we consider how language shapes our thoughts. We often believe that our thoughts are born from language, that the words we use define how we think. But sometimes we have thoughts that don't seem to have a clear form. These are the thoughts that arise before we have words for them, the ideas that exist in our minds in a way that can't be neatly packaged into a sentence. Have you ever had an insight or an epiphany, only to find that it's hard to explain to others? It's as if the understanding is there, but the words haven't caught up with it yet. This is where language feels limiting. It can't always keep pace with our mental processes. It's not just about emotions and abstract thoughts. This paradox shows up in more concrete situations too. Imagine you're trying to explain a scientific concept or a complex idea, and you're struggling to find the right words. The more you talk, the more you realize that the idea you're trying to explain seems bigger than the words at your disposal. Even in the realm of science or technology, where we try to be precise with our language, there are times when we can't fully convey the depth or complexity of a concept with words alone. The language we have is simply not enough to capture every detail, every possibility. This is why we sometimes turn to metaphors or analogies, tools that can help us bridge the gap between thought and language. When we can't find the exact words, we reach for comparisons, trying to express the inexpressible. But even then, we're limited by the language we have. The metaphors and analogies we use may come close, but they still can't fully capture the experience or the idea. It's a reminder that while language is incredibly powerful, it has its limits. It can shape our thoughts and help us communicate, but it can't always encapsulate everything we experience. The language limit paradox also touches on something deeper about the nature of reality itself. Can we ever fully understand the world if we can't fully describe it? If our thoughts and experiences are always partially hidden behind the limitations of language, how can we be sure that we're seeing the world clearly? This is where philosophy and spirituality come in. Many traditions explore the idea that there are aspects of reality that can't be captured by words. Some things, they argue, can only be felt or experienced, not explained. This aligns with the paradox, the idea that there is always something beyond what language can express. In our digital age, this paradox also plays out in the way we communicate. With the rise of social media, we have more words at our disposal than ever before. But despite the ability to type out our thoughts and feelings, there's still a disconnect. Text messages, tweets, and posts can't fully capture the nuances of human communication. We miss the tone of voice, the body language, the subtle pauses between words. Even with all these extra words, there are still gaps in understanding. This leaves us longing for deeper connection, for something that transcends the limitations of language. It's a reminder that while we've created a world full of words, some things just can't be expressed. Mental health also intersects with this paradox. Many people struggle to express their inner turmoil, whether it's anxiety, depression, or grief. There are times when the pain feels so overwhelming, but words just don't seem to help. People often say things like, "I don't know how to explain what I'm feeling," or "I can't find the right words." This is a clear example of how language fails to capture the full depth of human experience. And yet, we continue to turn to language, trying to find the words that will help us make sense of our feelings, seeking relief from the pressure of not being able to express ourselves fully. Even artificial intelligence faces its own version of the language limit paradox. As AI grows more advanced, it can process vast amounts of information and generate responses that mimic human language. But no matter how sophisticated AI becomes, it still lacks the ability to truly understand the meaning behind the words. AI can't experience emotions, ideas, or the world in the same way humans do, so it's forever limited in its use of language. It can respond based on patterns and data, but it can never fully grasp the depth of human experience that words attempt to convey. As we reflect on this paradox, it becomes clear that language is both a gift and a limitation. It allows us to connect with others, to share our ideas, and to express ourselves. But at the same time, it reminds us that some things will always be beyond our grasp. Some thoughts, feelings, and experiences will remain unspoken, felt, but not said. And perhaps that's okay. Maybe the beauty of life lies in those moments where words fail us, leaving us to experience the depth of the world in ways that go beyond language. If you've ever experienced the frustration of words falling short, or if you've ever found yourself wondering if there's more to reality than what language can explain, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's talk about how we navigate this paradox in our own lives. And if you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more thoughtful discussions. Together we can continue to reflect on the mysteries of language and thought. Self-reference collapse. Have you ever tried to look at yourself in the mirror only to feel like you're lost in an endless loop of reflections? You see yourself, but then you see the mirror reflecting you, and the mirror reflects your reflection, and so on. It's a strange feeling, almost as if you're trapped in a never-ending cycle. What if I told you that there's a paradox like that in language and thought? A statement that refers to itself, creating an endless loop of meaning, like an infinite mirror that you can never escape from. It's called the self-reference collapse. And it's a concept that can leave us feeling both perplexed and fascinated. It's like trying to answer a question by asking the same question over and over again without ever getting a clear answer. Imagine this. You make a statement, like, "This statement is false." Now think about it for a moment. If the statement is true, then it must be false, as it claims to be. But if it's false, then it must be true. You can see how this creates a loop, right? This kind of paradox happens when a statement refers back to itself, causing a collapse in meaning. The more you try to unravel it, the more tangled it becomes, until you're left unsure of what the statement even means in the first place. Have you ever come across a statement or a situation where you felt like you were going around in circles, unable to find a clear path forward? That's the essence of the self-reference collapse. It's like being caught in a maze where every turn leads you back to where you started. The interesting thing about this paradox is how relatable it can be. Think about moments in life when we find ourselves in situations that feel impossible to resolve. Maybe it's a relationship issue where every conversation just seems to bring up the same old problems. Or maybe it's a personal dilemma where you keep going back and forth, unable to make a decision. You feel like you're stuck in a loop, not able to escape. That sense of frustration is similar to the experience of encountering a self-referential statement. You can't seem to make any progress because every step you take brings you back to where you started, and you're left questioning what to do next. I'd love to know if any of you have experienced something like this in your own life. Have you ever been in a situation where it felt like every solution just led to more confusion? Perhaps it's a challenge you're currently facing, or maybe it's something you've gone through in the past. If you feel comfortable, share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's see how we all deal with the feeling of being stuck in a loop, and maybe we can find a way to break free from it together. This paradox can also be seen in the way we try to understand our own thoughts. Have you ever found yourself thinking, "I don't know what I'm thinking," or "I'm not sure how I feel about this"? It's a moment where you try to define your own emotions or thoughts, but the more you think about it, the more confusing it becomes. The harder you try to make sense of it, the more elusive it becomes. It's almost as if you're trapped in your own mind, trying to make sense of something that doesn't have a clear explanation. This is the collapse of self-reference in action. When we turn our thoughts in on themselves, it can sometimes create a situation where clarity becomes harder to achieve, leaving us feeling stuck or overwhelmed. This paradox touches on something bigger about how we navigate our own understanding of the world. We live in a world where we constantly seek meaning, explanations, and answers, but sometimes the more we try to grasp something, the more elusive it becomes. Take language, for example. We use words to describe our thoughts, our experiences, and the world around us. But when words start to reference themselves or contradict each other, they can lead us into a loop that seems impossible to escape. Think about how we use phrases like, "I know that I don't know." It's a statement that acknowledges ignorance, but at the same time, it becomes a statement that's true because it's false. This paradox is a reflection of how our minds work in trying to find meaning and understanding. The self-reference collapse also speaks to the complexity of human belief. We hold certain beliefs about ourselves, the world, and others, but what happens when those beliefs begin to contradict each other? Imagine someone who believes that they are always in control, but they also believe that life is unpredictable. These two beliefs conflict with each other, and the more the person tries to reconcile them, the more confusion and uncertainty arise. The paradox happens when we try to make sense of contradictory beliefs or ideas, and no matter how hard we try, we can't seem to resolve the conflict. The result is that we end up in a cycle of questioning and uncertainty, much like the endless mirror in the self-reference collapse. When we dive deeper into this paradox, it can also shed light on mental health and self-awareness. People who struggle with self-doubt or anxiety often experience something similar to the self-reference collapse. They might question their own worth or abilities, but the more they question, the more they fall into a loop of negative thoughts. It's like being trapped in a mirror where you're only able to see your doubts and fears reflected back at you. The more you try to find an answer or a sense of reassurance, the more those doubts multiply, leaving you feeling stuck and uncertain. This can be exhausting and overwhelming, but it's also a natural part of the human experience. Many of us have moments where our thoughts get tangled up, and it's important to recognize that this paradox is something we all go through at times. Even in the age of artificial intelligence, the self-reference collapse holds significance. AI systems are designed to analyze and process information, but what happens when the information they process starts to refer to itself? As AI becomes more sophisticated, it begins to generate new forms of language and meaning. but these systems still operate within the confines of their programming. If AI begins to reference its own processes, it can create a loop of self-referential statements, much like the paradox we're exploring. This highlights the limitations of even the most advanced technology in fully understanding itself. The more AI tries to make sense of the world, the more it can become trapped in its own logic, creating a collapse of meaning that no algorithm can resolve. This paradox reminds us of the limitations we all face when we try to understand complex thoughts and ideas. No matter how much we try to control our thoughts, language, and beliefs, there are times when we encounter loops and contradictions that we can't easily untangle. And while this may feel frustrating at times, it's also a reminder that not everything has to be resolved. Sometimes it's okay to sit with the uncertainty, to let the paradox exist without needing a clear answer. In fact, there's something quite beautiful about the idea that life and meaning aren't always linear or perfectly understood. So next time you feel like you're caught in an endless loop of thought, remember that you're not alone. It's a natural part of being human to experience moments of confusion, contradiction, and uncertainty. We're all navigating the same paradox together. If you've ever felt trapped in a thought loop or had difficulty finding clarity, share your thoughts in the comments. Let's connect and reflect on how we can break free from these cycles. And if you found this discussion thought-provoking, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more explorations into life's most intriguing paradoxes. Together we can dive deeper into the mysteries of our minds. Temporal self-contradiction. Have you ever felt like your past self is pulling you one way, while your future self seems to be pulling you in the opposite direction? It's a strange feeling, like you're being torn between two versions of yourself. One side of you holds on to the choices and experiences from the past, while the other is driven by hopes, dreams, and fears of what's yet to come. The more you think about it, the more you realize that who you are right now is shaped by both who you were and who you wish to be. It's almost as if you're living with two selves, one rooted in the past and the other reaching for the future, and both are constantly influencing your present decisions, actions, and thoughts. Take a moment to think about how you were a year ago. Chances are you've changed in some way. Your beliefs, your habits, or perhaps even your goals. Now, imagine yourself a year from now. Who will you be? What kind of person do you hope to become? The tension between these two versions of yourself, the person you used to be and the person you're striving to become, creates a paradox that can feel both empowering and frustrating. You're shaped by your past, but you're also being guided by the person you dream of becoming in the future. It's like standing in the present, caught between two different time zones of who you were and who you hope to be. I'm curious, have you ever caught yourself making decisions that seem to reflect both who you were and who you want to be? Maybe you've chosen to do something because it's what your past self would have wanted, or maybe you've made a decision based on the future you envision for yourself. How do you balance these influences? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Feel free to share your experiences in the comments below. Where do you feel the pull between your past self and future self in your own life? This paradox is more common than we might think. Think about everyday situations, like how we choose to spend our time. You might find yourself reaching for something familiar, like old habits or routines, because it feels comfortable and safe. But at the same time, you might also feel the desire to break free from those habits and try something new, something that aligns more with the person you want to become. This back-and-forth struggle between comfort and change can create a sense of inner conflict. The past keeps pulling you back, while the future encourages you to move forward. It's like being stuck between two competing forces, one that feels familiar and one that feels unknown. This paradox can also be seen in our relationships. Think about how you interact with people you've known for a long time. Family members, childhood friends, or even old colleagues. They may still see you as the person you were in the past, and that can influence how they treat you and how you respond to them. But at the same time, you may feel like you've changed, that you're no longer the same person you once were. The tension between the person others see and the person you've become or are trying to become, can lead to feelings of frustration, disconnection, or even identity confusion. You might ask yourself, who am I really? The person they think I am, or the person I'm still becoming? This paradox also plays out in our beliefs. We often hold on to ideas and values that were shaped by our past experiences. But as we grow and learn more about the world, those beliefs may no longer fit who we want to be in the future. For instance, you may have once believed in something strongly, but as time has passed, you've realized that belief doesn't align with your current views. The struggle to reconcile the person you were with the person you're becoming can create internal conflict. It's not always easy to let go of old beliefs or practices, even when you know they no longer serve your growth. But the more you try to hold on to the past, the more you might feel stuck, unable to fully move into the future you envision for yourself. The concept of temporal self-contradiction also touches on something deeper, our sense of identity. Who are we really? Are we defined by the sum of our past experiences, or are we the potential of who we might become in the future? In a way, both versions of ourselves, the past and the future, play an important role in shaping our identity. We are the accumulation of our past choices, actions, and experiences, yet we are also the possibilities that lie ahead of us. This constant push and pull between past and future creates a dynamic sense of self that is always shifting, always evolving. We are never fully defined by where we've been, but we're also never completely free from the influence of those experiences. When we consider how this paradox touches on mental health, it becomes clear that the tension between our past and future selves can affect our well-being. People who struggle with depression or anxiety often find themselves stuck in the past, replaying old regrets or mistakes in their minds. They might feel like they can't move forward because they're constantly looking backward. On the other hand, those who are overly focused on the future may experience stress or fear about what's to come, feeling uncertain about their ability to meet the challenges ahead. The key is finding a balance between honoring the past, accepting who you were, and embracing the potential of who you can become. It's not about living in the past or only focusing on the future, but about accepting that both are integral parts of who you are right now. In today's world, where the pace of change is ever increasing, this paradox can also be seen in the way we interact with technology and artificial intelligence. We use technology to shape our present lives and create the future we desire. But, at the same time, technology has the power to influence our past as well. Think about how social media, for instance, keeps a record of our past thoughts, photos, and interactions. Our digital footprint is constantly being shaped by the past, even as we use it to create new possibilities for the future. This paradox mirrors our own internal struggle. Our past selves influence how we use technology, while our future selves will be shaped by the technology we create today. The temporal self-contradiction reminds us that we are not static beings. We are constantly changing, constantly evolving. We are shaped by the choices we've made, but we are also shaped by the choices we have yet to make. It's a beautiful and complex dance between the past and the future, with the present acting as the bridge that connects them. Embracing this paradox can help us find peace in the uncertainty, knowing that who we are is not fixed but fluid, ever-changing and growing. And just as we accept the mystery of this paradox in our own lives, we can also begin to embrace the mystery of the world around us. Have you experienced this pull between your past and future selves? How do you navigate this tension in your own life? If you have ever found yourself stuck between who you were and who you want to become, share your thoughts with us in the comments below. Let's explore how we can all find balance and peace in this paradox. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Together, we can continue to explore the fascinating paradoxes of life and how they shape who we are. Objectivity, illusion gap. Have you ever believed you were seeing something completely objectively, only to later realize that your view was shaped by something you didn't even notice at the time? It's a curious feeling, isn't it? You think you're looking at the world through a clear, unbiased lens, but the truth is, we all carry unseen influences that color our perception. whether it's your upbringing, experiences, or even the culture you live in. These hidden biases seep into every decision, belief, and judgment you make. It's like trying to look through a perfectly clear window, only to find that the glass has a faint tint you never saw before. The more you look, the more you realize just how many layers of perspective you are really seeing through. Now think about this. Have you ever tried to convince yourself or someone else that you were being completely neutral? That your view was just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? We often pride ourselves on being objective, don't we? But the paradox here is that no matter how hard we try to be unbiased, there's always something affecting our view, even if we're not aware of it. It's like trying to walk a straight line, but every step we take is swayed by something we can't even see. The objectivity illusion gap reminds us that our perspective is never fully neutral, no matter how much we strive for it. This can be especially apparent when we make decisions, big or small. Picture yourself during a discussion with a friend about a controversial topic. You might tell yourself, "I'm just looking at the facts here." But deep down, those facts are shaped by your past experiences, your personal values, and the world you've grown up in. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's not as neutral as it seems. It's like you're trying to take a photo of a landscape, but your camera lens is smudged, making the picture look different than you intended. Your lens, the way you view the world, has its own imperfections, even if you can't always see them clearly. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you thought you were being objective, only to realize afterward that your perspective was influenced by something deeper, maybe a past experience, something you read, or even a simple emotional reaction? Share your thoughts or experiences with us in the comments below. How do you feel about the idea that objectivity may be impossible, or at least harder to achieve than we think? To understand this paradox a little better, think about how we form beliefs. Most of us grow up in a particular culture, surrounded by certain ideas, values, and norms. Over time, these things shape the way we see the world, often without us realizing it. Take language, for example. The words we use can carry certain connotations, and even though we may not notice it, those words shape how we think about things. For instance, the words we use to describe someone, whether it's positive or negative, can influence how we view that person, regardless of whether we're trying to remain objective. So, when we believe we are expressing a neutral viewpoint, we may actually be unknowingly influenced by the language we've grown up with. Now, let's look at a simple example. Imagine you're reading the news. You might think you're absorbing facts, but the way those facts are presented, whether through the tone, the language used, or even the selection of certain details, shapes your understanding of the story. No matter how hard a news outlet might try to remain neutral, every report is still tinged with some form of bias. The choice of what to highlight, what to downplay, and even how the story is framed, all of this influences how you perceive the information. And the more you reflect on it, the more you begin to understand that even the most objective-seeming reports are colored by someone's point of view. This paradox doesn't just affect how we see the world, it also touches the way we form relationships with others. In conversations, we often think we're listening objectively to another person's perspective, but in reality, our understanding is shaped by our own experiences and emotions. For example, if you've ever had a heated conversation with a friend, you might have found yourself interpreting their words through the lens of your own feelings or past interactions. It's easy to believe that we're understanding them without bias, but deep down, we may be unintentionally influenced by our own personal lens. This paradox becomes even more interesting when we think about how it relates to technology and artificial intelligence. We live in an era where algorithms influence the information we see every day, whether it's social media feeds, search results, or even recommendations for what to watch next. These systems are designed to show us things that align with our past behavior and preferences. In a sense, we're living in a world shaped by invisible biases, not our own, but the biases built into the algorithms that decide what we should see. And while these systems claim to provide us with the most relevant information, they're often just feeding us what we've already shown an interest in. reinforcing existing beliefs instead of challenging them. This can create a narrow, skewed view of the world, which makes it even harder to see things from a truly neutral perspective. The objectivity illusion gap also ties into something deeper: our understanding of truth itself. We often chase after objective truth, believing that if we can just strip away all biases, we'll uncover the real truth. But the more we reflect on it, the more we realize that truth is not as straightforward as we might think. Truth is not just about collecting facts, it's about interpreting those facts, and every interpretation is shaped by our perspective. Whether we're talking about the world, our beliefs, or even our own personal experiences, the truth is always filtered through the lens of our biases, making it impossible to ever see things completely objectively. This idea challenges our need for certainty. In a world that often emphasizes the importance of finding objective truth, it's easy to feel frustrated when we realize how much our views are shaped by unseen forces. But instead of becoming discouraged, we can use this awareness to approach the world with greater curiosity and humility. Understanding that every perspective is colored by some form of bias allows us to question our assumptions, seek diverse viewpoints, and remain open to growth. Have you ever felt like you were chasing a neutral truth only to realize that your view was shaped by something deeper? I'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences on this in the comments. How do you navigate the illusion of objectivity in your daily life? If you enjoyed this exploration, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's continue to dive into these thought-provoking paradoxes together and discover how they shape the way we see the world. Persona mask problem. Have you ever felt like you're playing a role in your own life, but not sure when the act stops and the real you begins? It's almost as if we wear these invisible masks every day, roles we adopt to fit in, to be accepted, or to meet expectations. The strange part is, sometimes we wear them so well that we forget we're even wearing them. We forget who we really are underneath. It's like you're putting on a costume, looking at yourself in the mirror, and for a moment, you don't recognize the person staring back at you. We become so caught up in the mask that we lose sight of the face underneath. Can you relate to this? Have you ever stopped and wondered if you're truly being yourself, or if you're just playing a part? Think about it. Every day, we all slip into different roles. You might be a student, a friend, a coworker, a son or daughter. Each role comes with its own set of expectations. At work, maybe you put on a professional mask, speaking and acting in a way that you believe aligns with what's expected of you. At home, you may wear a more relaxed mask, while with friends, you might be someone else entirely. These masks help us navigate the world, but what happens when they become too familiar, too comfortable? The lines between the mask and the real you begin to blur, and soon you start to forget who you are without them. It's as though we are all actors and the world becomes our stage. This might sound like a small thing, but it actually touches on something deeper about who we are as people. It's easy to forget that underneath the masks there's a unique person with real feelings, dreams, and experiences. Have you ever felt lost in your role? Maybe you've been so caught up in trying to be the perfect student, friend, or professional that you didn't even realize you were ignoring your true self. It's easy to fall into this trap, especially in a world that constantly pushes us to be a certain way, to meet certain expectations. But the paradox is, while these roles can help us survive and thrive in society, they can also slowly erase the parts of us that make us unique. In everyday life, this paradox plays out in simple yet powerful ways. Think about a time you were with a group of friends and you caught yourself acting differently than you normally would. Maybe you cracked a joke, exaggerated a story, or acted in a way that felt out of character, all to fit in. It's not that you weren't being yourself, it's that you were wearing a persona mask, one that helped you feel accepted in that moment. Over time, though, these masks accumulate. We wear them so often that we forget where the mask ends and the real person begins. You might not even realize how much you've changed or adjusted to fit each role until you take a step back and reflect. But what about when those roles start to clash? Imagine a situation where the mask you wear at work conflicts with the mask you wear at home. Maybe you're trying to balance your responsibilities, juggling work stress with family time. You may feel exhausted, but the roles demand your attention, and so you keep wearing the mask. This creates a deep internal conflict, and the more we wear these masks, the harder it becomes to reconcile the different parts of ourselves. It's almost like you're holding multiple identities in your head, and each one pulls you in a different direction. This paradox can even extend to our beliefs and values. When we wear different masks in different situations, we often find ourselves saying or doing things that don't quite line up with our true beliefs. You might stand up for something you don't actually feel passionate about just because it's expected, or you might go along with something in a social setting that doesn't align with your real views. In these moments, you may not even realize that you're disconnecting from your true self, because the mask feels so familiar. But over time, the disconnection can grow, leaving you feeling confused or even a bit empty. Have you ever caught yourself thinking, "I don't even know what I really think about this anymore," after spending a lot of time trying to please others or fit into a specific role? It's not an uncommon feeling. We all face this at one point or another. The constant need to adapt to different situations, to wear different masks for different people, can leave us unsure of our own identity. If you've ever felt this way, I invite you to share your experience in the comments. How do you navigate these roles in your life? How do you stay true to yourself? This paradox of persona masks is not just a personal issue. It affects our mental and emotional well-being as well. Constantly shifting between roles can lead to burnout. The energy it takes to wear these masks day in and day out can be draining, and when we get too caught up in the roles we play, we can begin to lose sight of our emotional health. It's important to recognize when you're wearing a mask for too long, and give yourself permission to take it off, because in the end, our true selves are the ones that need nurturing. The roles we play can help us navigate the world, but they shouldn't define us completely. When we allow ourselves to step back, take off the mask, and reconnect with who we really are, we can find a deeper sense of peace and authenticity. Now imagine a world where we could all remove the masks we wear. What would it look like if we didn't have to play a role for approval or to meet others' expectations? Would we feel more connected to each other, more at ease in our own skin? It's a challenge, isn't it? The world often pressures us to wear these masks, to be who others expect us to be, and it's easy to get lost in that. But when we start to embrace our true selves, when we step away from the masks and embrace vulnerability, something beautiful happens. We begin to find the connections we've been searching for all along. We begin to recognize that others are also struggling with their own masks, and in doing so, we allow for deeper, more genuine relationships. Have you ever felt the relief of stepping out from behind the mask, even just for a moment? Share your thoughts and experiences below. How do you balance the different roles you play in your life? Let's continue this conversation and support each other in embracing who we really are, beyond the masks we wear. If you found this exploration meaningful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay connected. Together, let's uncover the real faces behind the masks we wear. Attention, scarcity paradox. Have you ever sat down to focus on something important, only to find that the more you try to concentrate, the more distractions appear? It's like a strange game that happens in your mind. The harder you try to keep your attention on one thing, the more your thoughts start to wander and the more distractions seem to pop up out of nowhere. You could be in the middle of an important task, like studying for an exam or working on a project, and suddenly your phone buzzes. A message, a notification, something that pulls your focus away. It's as if the act of focusing on one thing creates a vacuum, and the universe, or at least your mind, fills it with anything but what you're supposed to be doing. This paradox is all too familiar in today's world, and it's something that many of us struggle with on a daily basis. When you're trying to focus, everything around you seems to demand your attention. The sound of your phone vibrating on the table, the small noise outside your window, the thought about what you're going to have for dinner later, it all seems to come to life just as you try to dive deep into something important. The more you try to block it out and stay focused, the more you feel pulled in different directions. It's almost as if your brain is working against you. You might try to push the distractions away, but they seem to multiply. You start thinking, why is this happening? Why can't I just focus? It's frustrating, isn't it? This paradox can be particularly clear when you're doing something that requires your full attention, like studying or working on a creative project. Take studying, for instance. You sit down with your textbooks, ready to get through a chapter. You're determined. But as soon as you start, your mind begins to wander. You might think, I'll just check my phone for a second, or I'll quickly look at that social media post. But that second turns into a few minutes, and now you've lost precious time. Every time you try to get back to your work, you find yourself distracted again. The harder you try to focus, the more your mind seems to search for anything else but what's in front of you. It's a bit like trying to hold on to water in your hands. It keeps slipping away. Think about how this happens in relationships as well. You may be having a conversation with someone, really trying to listen, but then your mind starts wandering. Maybe you're thinking about what you need to do later, or something else that's bothering you. You might even notice yourself nodding, or giving short answers, but you're not really present in the moment. The more you try to be attentive, the more your mind starts to drift. It's not that you don't care, it's just that this paradox is a constant battle between focus and distraction. It's almost as if the act of focusing on someone or something makes your mind seek out something else, anything else, just to break free from that tight focus. Now, let's take a moment to think about how this paradox affects our mental health. It's common to feel overwhelmed when trying to concentrate on a task, only to be bombarded by distractions. This constant push and pull can create stress and frustration. The more we try to focus, the more we might feel like we're failing, leading to feelings of anxiety. It's as if the harder we try to gain control over our focus, the more out of control our attention feels. In moments like these, it's important to remember that this paradox is not something we can simply wish away. It's a part of how our brains work, especially in today's world, where distractions are all around us. But recognizing it, understanding it, can help us manage it better. This paradox also speaks to something larger, our relationship with time. In a world where everything is happening all at once, it's easy to feel like there's always something we should be doing, something demanding our attention. The pressure to focus and accomplish everything in a limited amount of time can create a kind of tension in our minds. This tension is the very essence of the attention scarcity paradox. The more we feel we need to focus, the more we feel the weight of distractions pulling us away from our tasks. And yet, every time we are distracted, it takes away from the sense of accomplishment we hope to feel at the end of the day. It's a cycle that many of us find ourselves in. But there is a way to navigate this paradox. Instead of forcing ourselves to constantly fight the distractions, we can try to accept them. Understanding that distractions are a natural part of the process can help us create a healthier relationship with them. For example, rather than getting frustrated when your mind wanders, you can acknowledge it and gently bring your focus back to the task at hand. It's like telling yourself, "It's okay. My mind wandered for a moment, but I'm back now, and I can continue." This kind of self-compassion can go a long way in reducing the stress and frustration that often comes with the attention scarcity paradox. In fact, this paradox teaches us something valuable about balance. The more we try to avoid distractions, the more they seem to take over. But by accepting that distractions are part of life, we can learn to find moments of calm within the chaos. In a way, distractions can help us appreciate the moments when we are truly focused. After all, it's the contrast between focus and distraction that helps us realize how valuable each moment of true attention is. We don't have to be perfect, and we don't have to fight every distraction. By allowing ourselves to flow between focus and distraction, we can create a more peaceful, balanced relationship with our attention. Have you experienced this paradox in your own life? Maybe you've been studying, working, or even spending time with loved ones, and you've noticed your attention shifting in unexpected ways. How do you deal with distractions? Share your thoughts or experiences in the comments. Let's have a conversation about how we can better understand and manage our attention in today's world. If you found this exploration helpful, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more thoughtful insights into the world around us. Together, let's continue to explore how we can navigate the paradoxes in our lives and create more peaceful, focused moments. Existence value puzzle. Have you ever found yourself wondering if life is a gift or a burden? It's a question that lingers in the back of your mind, often when you least expect it. One moment, you might feel overwhelmed by the beauty of life, the people around you, the moments that take your breath away. The next, the weight of it all settles in, and you begin to question the very essence of your existence. Is it a gift, or is it a burden? This paradox, where existence feels both like a precious gift and a heavy burden in equal measure, is something many of us experience but rarely discuss. It's a delicate balance, one that can shape how we approach life, how we face our challenges, and how we find meaning in our daily experiences. At first glance, life seems like an incredible gift. We wake up each day, surrounded by the world's wonders, nature, art, love, and countless opportunities. There's so much to appreciate. We have the ability to think, to dream, to create. We can build connections with others, grow, and evolve. All these things seem like incredible gifts. Yet, at the same time, there's a part of us that feels the weight of existence. Life can also feel like a burden. The constant demands, the expectations, the struggles we face. Sometimes it feels as though we are walking a tightrope, trying to balance joy and sorrow, hope and despair. The very same existence that gifts us moments of beauty also brings its share of challenges, and in those moments of hardship, it's easy to forget the beauty that once felt so obvious. Think about a day in your life. Perhaps you wake up in the morning with the sun streaming through your window. It's a new day, full of potential. But as the day goes on, things begin to pile up. There's work to do, tasks to complete, and sometimes it all feels like too much. You might find yourself questioning why it all matters, why you're putting in the effort. The same day that started with the promise of new opportunities might leave you feeling drained by its end. You wonder, how can something as beautiful as life also feel so heavy at times? This is the existence value puzzle, the tug-of-war between seeing life as a gift and as a burden. When we consider the bigger picture, it becomes clear that this paradox is more than just a fleeting thought. It touches everything we do. It affects our beliefs, how we see the world, and even how we treat others. We may cherish the moments of joy we experience, but those moments can be fleeting. It's easy to become consumed by our responsibilities, by the weight of our choices, and by the fears of what might happen in the future. The existential questions that we often try to avoid, the ones that ask us why we're here and what our purpose is, are reminders that life's complexity often leads to a sense of both gratitude and discomfort. The more we seek meaning, the more we uncover the tension between what is and what could be, between what we have and what we lack. Take relationships, for example. The people we love bring us joy, but they also bring us challenges. We care deeply for them, yet sometimes misunderstandings or disagreements can create tension. The love we feel for our families, our friends, or a partner can fill us with warmth, but at times it can also be overwhelming. This duality exists in every relationship, whether with others or with ourselves. The gift of love can also feel like a burden, depending on the circumstances. And yet, in the moments when we reflect on those relationships, we realize that the joy and the pain are both part of the experience. Without one, the other would not have the same depth. It's this balance that defines the beauty of human connection, where the gift and the burden coexist. When we look inward, the paradox becomes even more complex. We carry the weight of our own thoughts, emotions, and desires. There are days when we feel at peace with who we are, content with our choices and the path we've taken. But then there are moments when self-doubt creeps in, and we wonder if we're doing enough, if we're living up to our potential. We question our decisions, our direction, and our worth. This inner struggle between appreciating who we are and feeling burdened by who we're not is an essential part of the existence value puzzle. It's a puzzle we all try to solve in different ways, through work, creativity, relationships, or personal growth. Yet, no matter what path we choose, there are always moments when life feels both precious and heavy. This paradox also extends to our understanding of time. We are constantly aware that life is fleeting. There's a sense of urgency to make the most of our time, to experience everything we can, to leave our mark on the world. But at the same time, the pressure to live up to these expectations can be overwhelming. We rush to fill our days with activity, sometimes forgetting to simply be. The more we try to make the most of our time, the more we realize that we can never truly control it. Time moves forward, regardless of how we try to grasp it. This is where the existence value puzzle deepens. Our awareness of time's passage makes us appreciate life's gifts, but it also makes us aware of how little control we have over it. How do we navigate this paradox? The first step is to acknowledge it. Recognize that it's okay to feel both gratitude and frustration with life. It's okay to appreciate the beauty of the world while also feeling the weight of existence. In fact, it's the very tension between these two feelings that gives life its depth. When we accept this paradox, we open ourselves up to the full spectrum of human experience. We don't have to choose between seeing life as a gift or a burden. We can embrace both. This allows us to find peace in the complexity of our emotions and experiences. We can also find meaning in the small moments. Life doesn't always have to be grand or extraordinary. Sometimes the most precious moments are the simple ones. Watching a sunset, laughing with a friend, or even just taking a deep breath. These moments remind us that life is not just about achieving or doing, but about being. They offer us a chance to connect with the present moment, to appreciate the gifts of existence without feeling burdened by them. How do you experience the existence value puzzle in your own life? Do you feel the tension between seeing life as a gift and as a burden? Share your thoughts and experiences with us in the comments. Let's connect and explore this paradox together. If you enjoyed this reflection, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more. Together, let's continue to unravel the mysteries of existence and find meaning in the everyday expectation, failure cycle. Have you ever set your sights on something big, believing that if you reach for the stars, you'll catch one? You put in all your effort, dedicate your time, and pour your heart into the goal. But when the outcome isn't what you expected, the disappointment can feel heavier than the effort itself. It's as if your very hopes, the things you worked so hard to achieve, have become your greatest source of pain. This is the paradox of the expectation failure cycle. The higher we aim, the more our hopes seem to shape our greatest hurt. The very goals that fuel our determination can, at times, lead to the deepest disappointments. Think about it for a moment. You've probably experienced this at some point in your life. Perhaps it was a big exam, a career milestone, or even a personal relationship where you set expectations high only to find yourself facing a reality that didn't match what you had imagined. The feeling can be crushing. The higher you aim, the more intense your expectations become. And when things don't go as planned, the pain isn't just about the failure itself, it's the gap between your hopes and reality. This gap, this difference between what you thought would happen and what actually happened, is where the hurt resides. One of the clearest examples of this paradox is in the world of school or work. When you set high expectations for yourself, whether it's achieving a certain grade, landing a promotion, or reaching a professional goal, you give yourself a target to aim for. The excitement of possibility pushes you forward. You feel motivated, focused, and hopeful. But then, reality doesn't always align with your vision. Maybe you don't get the grade you wanted, or the promotion doesn't come through. It's not just the fact that you didn't achieve your goal. It's the pain of realizing that the vision you had for your future didn't come true. The higher the expectation, the sharper the disappointment feels. This happens in relationships, too. You might invest deeply in someone hoping for connection, love, and understanding. You imagine the ideal scenario where everything clicks perfectly. But sometimes people change, situations shift, or misunderstandings arise. The higher the expectation you set, the more hurtful the reality can be when things don't turn out as you hoped. It's like setting out for a perfect day and then finding that things go wrong. Rain falls unexpectedly, plans fall through, and all that remains is the gap between your hopes and what you ended up with. At first, this might seem like a simple matter of unmet expectations, but it runs deeper. The expectation failure cycle touches on our inner world, our emotions, and how we perceive ourselves. The more we invest in a goal or a relationship, the more we risk attaching our happiness to the outcome. And when the outcome doesn't meet our expectations, we begin to question ourselves. We wonder if we weren't good enough, or if we missed something along the way. This self-doubt is the emotional toll of the paradox, a cycle that can trap us in a loop of wanting more while fearing the pain of falling short. It's easy to feel discouraged by this paradox, especially when we face disappointment. But there's a deeper truth here, one that touches on how we view success and failure. The expectation failure cycle can also be seen as an opportunity for growth. When we set high expectations, we challenge ourselves. We push beyond our comfort zones, striving to become better, stronger, more capable. Even when we don't reach the exact goal we envisioned, we often gain valuable lessons along the way. Failure, when viewed through this lens, is not a dead end, but a stepping stone towards something greater. Think about times when things didn't go the way you expected, but in hindsight, you see how those experiences shaped you. Maybe you learned something about your resilience, your ability to adapt, or your capacity to handle uncertainty. The disappointment of unmet expectations can make us feel like we've failed, but it's important to remember that it's not the end of the road. In fact, it's often where we learn the most about ourselves. The deeper we invest, the greater the growth that comes from the challenge, even when the outcome doesn't align with our original vision. What if, instead of seeing unmet expectations as failure, we viewed them as a natural part of the process? Life is full of twists and turns, and not everything will go as we plan. But each twist brings us closer to who we are meant to be. This shift in perspective can help us manage the pain of disappointment and reduce the cycle of self-criticism that often follows unmet expectations. By learning to embrace the unexpected, we open ourselves up to new possibilities, new opportunities, and new ways of thinking. Now, this doesn't mean we should stop setting goals or aiming high. Far from it. The power of setting goals lies in the journey, not just the destination. When we aim high, we create a vision for the future, a vision that inspires us to take action, to grow, and to strive for something greater. But the key is to recognize that the journey itself is valuable, even when the outcome isn't exactly what we imagined. The more we learn to accept the uncertainty of life, the less we will be governed by the pain of unmet expectations. In this cycle, we can also find wisdom in practicing self-compassion. It's easy to be hard on ourselves when things don't go as planned. But the truth is, we're all doing our best with the information and resources we have at the time. And even if things don't turn out as we expected, it doesn't mean we've failed. It simply means that life is teaching us something different. It's through these experiences, both the successes and the setbacks, that we develop a deeper understanding of who we are and what we truly want. I'd love to hear from you. How do you deal with unmet expectations in your life? Do you find that the higher you aim, the more hurt you feel when things don't go as planned? Share your experiences with us in the comments. Let's connect and discuss how we can navigate this expectation failure cycle together. If you found this video helpful, please like, comment, and subscribe. Together, let's learn how to embrace the journey, not just the destination, and continue growing through both the highs and the lows. Reality simulation doubt. Have you ever woken up in the morning and felt like the day ahead was more of a dream than reality? Like the moments unfolding before you weren't quite real, but just another layer of illusion? It's as if you're walking through life with a sense of detachment, unsure whether the world around you is truly happening or if it's all just part of some strange simulation. This sense of doubt can feel unsettling. If life feels like a dream, how can we trust any waking moment? The more we experience this feeling, the more we start to question the very nature of our reality. This is a paradox that many of us have encountered, perhaps during moments of intense introspection, or when life feels like it's moving in a way that's too surreal to be true. The idea that reality itself might be nothing more than a dream is an age-old concept. But when this thought becomes personal, when you begin to feel as though everything around you, your relationships, your work, even your own thoughts, are part of a vast illusion, it can be disorienting. Imagine for a moment waking up and going through your morning routine. You brush your teeth, make your coffee, maybe scroll through your phone. Everything seems so normal, yet there's a nagging sense that it's all too perfect, too seamless. The warmth of the sunlight, the sound of birds outside your window, even the taste of your coffee. Everything feels scripted, like it's part of a carefully designed simulation. This feeling of being disconnected from reality, of questioning whether what you see and experience is truly real, is something that many of us have felt at one point or another. It's like waking up from a vivid dream only to realize that the dream never really stopped. This phenomenon touches on a deeper mystery about how we perceive the world. It's easy to get caught up in the flow of everyday life, the routine of work, school, or family. But when things begin to feel like they're happening in a dreamlike state, we start to doubt their authenticity. The line between what's real and what's imagined becomes blurred. And that's where the paradox lies. If everything feels dreamlike, can we truly trust that what we're experiencing in this moment is genuine? How do we know that the world we wake up to every day is not just another layer of our subconscious mind playing tricks on us? One of the clearest examples of this paradox is when we experience moments of déjà vu. You know that feeling when you're doing something, whether it's walking down the street, talking to a friend, or sitting in class, and suddenly you have the overwhelming sense that you've done this exact thing before? It's almost as if the world is repeating itself. That strange familiarity creates a sense of disorientation, as though you're caught in some kind of loop, unable to break free. This sense of repetition makes it feel like reality itself is fluid, unpredictable, and sometimes even uncertain. Now let's consider another example, the world of technology. We live in an age where artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and digital simulations are becoming more and more advanced. Sometimes it feels as though our lives are becoming intertwined with these digital worlds. We interact with machines, use social media, and immerse ourselves in virtual environments that look and feel as real as the world outside. In a way, technology has blurred the lines between reality and simulation, and this can add to our doubt. If we can create a world in a computer that feels as real as the one we live in, then how do we know the world we're experiencing right now isn't simply another creation? Could our lives be part of a larger simulation designed to make us believe that we're experiencing reality? This brings us to a larger question. What is reality? And how do we know it's real? Our senses are the filters through which we experience the world. We see, hear, touch, taste, and smell to form our understanding of what's real. But are our senses truly reliable? The colors we see, the sounds we hear, the warmth of the sun on our skin, all of these are processed by our brains, which create an image of reality. But what if our brains are simply creating an illusion, like a dream we can't wake up from? How do we know that what we experience is not just a series of fabricated sensations designed to give us the illusion of a real world? The doubt that comes with this paradox can be overwhelming. If everything around us is just a simulation, if our perceptions are not to be trusted, what does that mean for our lives? How do we navigate a world where the very fabric of reality feels uncertain? It's natural to feel anxious in moments like this. But perhaps the most interesting thing about this paradox is that, despite the doubt, we continue to move through life. We wake up every morning, interact with others, make decisions, and pursue our goals, even if we're not always sure that the world we're navigating is real. This brings us to an important point. Even in the midst of doubt, we find meaning. The paradox of reality simulation doubt may make us question the nature of our experiences, but it also encourages us to search for deeper truths. When we feel disconnected from reality, we are reminded of the importance of mindfulness and presence. The more we learn to stay grounded in the moment, to embrace the here and now, the more we can find meaning, even if the nature of that meaning is uncertain. In the face of doubt, we discover the strength of our ability to create meaning from our experiences, regardless of whether they are real or simulated. It's also important to acknowledge how this paradox touches on our mental health. Doubt about reality can contribute to feelings of anxiety, confusion, or detachment. It's common to feel overwhelmed when life begins to feel like a dream, but understanding that this paradox is a part of the human experience can help us embrace it with a sense of curiosity, rather than fear. We don't have to have all the answers. Sometimes, the act of questioning, of exploring the mysteries of life, is where the true beauty lies. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like life was more of a dream than reality? How do you navigate moments of doubt when it feels like the world around you isn't real? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's connect and support each other as we explore these deep questions together. If you enjoyed this video and would like to dive deeper into these mysteries, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Together, we can continue to uncover the layers of reality, one thoughtful conversation at a time. Perspective. Reversal twist. Have you ever had a moment when someone shared their view on something and suddenly it made you question everything you believed? It's as if their perspective shifted your own so radically that you began to doubt the reality you once held as true. It's surprising how our beliefs, thoughts, and feelings can be so easily altered by simply seeing things through someone else's eyes. What once felt like a solid, undeniable truth can seem fragile, even untrustworthy when confronted with a different viewpoint. This twist in perception is the paradox of seeing another's view and questioning your own. We all have perspectives on life, shaped by our experiences, culture, upbringing, and the way we've interpreted the world around us. It's natural. We live in our own heads, walking through the world with a set of beliefs that feel deeply personal and unique. But what happens when someone else challenges that worldview? It can be unsettling and even a bit unnerving. When we hear someone else's version of a situation, their thoughts and feelings, our own perspective can suddenly feel inadequate, incomplete, or even wrong. Think about a simple example. Imagine you're walking down the street and you pass by someone who has a completely different opinion on a recent news event. You've formed your own idea about it based on what you've seen or heard. But the person you meet explains their side, and suddenly you feel uncertain. They have a different take, and it's so convincing that you start to question your own thoughts. This is the power of perspective. It doesn't even have to be a major event or decision. It could be something as simple as a disagreement over the weather or a minor difference in opinion about a book or movie. This experience can happen in almost any area of life. For instance, think about relationships. How often do we enter a conversation with a friend or family member convinced that we know how things should be? Maybe you have an opinion on how a situation should be handled, whether it's a work issue, a family matter, or even just a casual chat. But when the other person shares their perspective, it shifts the way you see the situation. You suddenly find yourself questioning whether your view was ever truly the right one. Maybe it wasn't about being right or wrong, but about understanding another person's reality. The more we open ourselves up to other viewpoints, the more we begin to realize how complex life really is, and how our perspective is only one piece of the puzzle. One of the most interesting things about this paradox is that it doesn't only apply to small, everyday interactions. It can be profound and impactful on larger issues too. For example, think about the world of politics. People are often so rooted in their beliefs, convinced that their perspective is the right one, the only one. But when you listen to someone who has an entirely different viewpoint, someone who truly believes in the opposite side of the argument, it can shake your own foundation. Suddenly you start to see the issue from angles you hadn't considered. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll change your opinion, but it opens your mind to the possibility that there is more to the story than you first thought. Your belief in what's right becomes less solid, and the idea of being right becomes less important than understanding the complexity of the issue at hand. This twist of perspective isn't just limited to casual conversations or politics. It can touch on deeply personal and philosophical matters. Think about your own beliefs about life, love, success, or even happiness. We often have certain ideas about these things, ideas shaped by our upbringing, society, and experiences. But when someone else shares their thoughts on what these concepts mean to them, it can feel like a revelation. You might hear a perspective that challenges your own view of love, for example, and suddenly you're left wondering if your own understanding of it was ever truly complete. The paradox of perspective reversal highlights the fluidity of our beliefs. We may think we know the truth, but the truth is we are all constantly learning and evolving. This paradox also ties into a broader theme, the importance of empathy and open-mindedness. When we step into someone else's shoes, when we allow their perspective to reshape our own, we gain a deeper understanding of the world. It's as if we start to see beyond our own experiences, tapping into a richer, more nuanced view of reality. The more we engage with different perspectives, the more we understand that no one person has the full picture. Life is too complex, too varied, to be understood from just one point of view. When we challenge ourselves to see the world from others' eyes, we grow in ways we didn't expect. Now let's take a moment to consider how this paradox relates to technology and artificial intelligence. In our increasingly digital world, we interact with AI and machine learning algorithms that are designed to understand our preferences and help us navigate the world. Yet these systems are limited by their programming and the data they're fed. In a sense, AI's perspective is constrained. It sees the world through a lens that is based on numbers and patterns, not human experience. But when we, as humans, interact with AI, it can sometimes reverse our perspective on technology itself. The more we engage with these systems, the more we begin to question what it means to be human. Our own views on intelligence, creativity, and emotion are challenged by machines that seem to mimic these traits. The reversal of perspective isn't just a personal experience. It can be global, reshaping how we think about ourselves in relation to the technology we create. So, what do we do when we face this paradox? How do we navigate the confusion that comes with seeing our own beliefs turned upside down? The answer lies in acceptance. We don't need to have all the answers, and we don't need to cling so tightly to our perspectives. The paradox of perspective reversal teaches us that doubt can be a powerful tool for growth. When we question our beliefs, when we open ourselves up to new ideas, we allow ourselves to evolve. It's not about being right or wrong, it's about understanding, connecting, and growing. If this resonates with you, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you ever experienced a moment when someone's perspective changed the way you saw the world? How did that impact you? Share your experiences in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this exploration of perspective and the human experience, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's continue to dive into these mysteries together, expanding our understanding of the world, one perspective at a time. Authenticity, risk cycle. Have you ever found yourself trying so hard to be authentic that it feels like you're becoming someone else? The more we strive to be true to ourselves, the more we can get caught in the paradox of authenticity, feeling like we have to wear a mask in order to prove who we really are. It seems strange, doesn't it? The very act of trying to be real and true can sometimes create the pressure to hide behind a different persona, one that might even feel more comfortable or more acceptable to others. It's a cycle that many of us experience, whether we realize it or not. We want to show the world who we are, but in doing so, we end up shaping ourselves into something we weren't before, just to fit into the expectations of what authenticity should look like. It's the kind of feeling that hits you when you're scrolling through social media. You see people sharing their real selves, smiling, enjoying life, showing the raw moments. You tell yourself that you want to be just as authentic, but somehow, when you try, it feels like you're only doing it to keep up. You start comparing yourself to others and wonder if your version of authenticity is enough. Are you showing the real you, or are you just presenting a new version of yourself for approval? The more you push to be true to yourself, the more you feel like you're playing a game, trying to meet an invisible standard of what real should look like. It's a strange paradox. Striving to be yourself might actually make you forget who you really are in the process. This paradox isn't just something we face on social media, it affects us in many aspects of life. Think about school, work, or relationships. We often find ourselves adjusting our behavior to meet certain expectations. In school, maybe you feel the pressure to fit in with a certain group or to perform in a way that meets the expectations of your teachers or peers. At work, you might wear a professional mask to fit the corporate environment, even if it doesn't reflect your true feelings or personality. You might start acting the part so well that it becomes second nature. You begin to worry less about whether you're being true to yourself and more about whether you're fitting the mold of what people expect. The pressure of authenticity is most felt in relationships. We all want to connect with others on a deep, genuine level, but sometimes it feels like that very desire to be seen as real can push us into a role we didn't expect. Maybe you've experienced this in a friendship or a romantic relationship. You start out being yourself, but as you grow closer to someone, the fear of judgment or rejection can start to take over. You wonder if the person will still like the real you, or if you have to show them the version that they might prefer. The more you try to be true, the more you feel the need to adjust, to present a side of yourself that feels more comfortable for others. This cycle creates an ever-deepening layer of masks. The more you try to strip them away, the more you end up adding new layers to protect your authenticity from being exposed. It's like a constant tug-of-war between the desire to be real and the fear of not being accepted. Now think about how this paradox influences our mental health. We live in a world where being yourself is often seen as a key to happiness. But if the pursuit of being authentic leads us to feel like we have to put on a performance, it can cause anxiety, confusion, and even loneliness. We want to be seen and understood for who we truly are, but sometimes the very act of trying to be authentic leads us to feel disconnected from our true selves. It's easy to lose sight of the simple truth that being authentic doesn't mean wearing a label or performing an ideal. It's not about fitting into a box. It's about allowing ourselves to be imperfect, to be a little messy, and to understand that authenticity doesn't always look the way we think it should. It's okay not to have all the answers or to change in ways that surprise others. After all, real authenticity isn't something we can put on like a mask. It's something we discover and express over time. This paradox touches more than just our personal lives. It's also relevant in the world of technology and artificial intelligence. In a sense, AI is constantly striving to replicate human authenticity. Machines are being trained to understand human emotions, to mimic human behavior, and to respond in ways that feel genuine. But even as these systems improve, we're left with a question. Can something that's not truly human ever be authentically real? The risk is that, just as we struggle to be authentic in a world full of expectations, AI might one day face the same dilemma, simulating emotions, behaviors, and thoughts to fit a mold it was programmed to follow, but lacking the true essence of what it means to be real. The cycle of trying to be authentic could, in a way, be mirrored by the very systems we create to understand human authenticity. So, what does this paradox of authenticity risk mean for us? The cycle of trying to be true to ourselves, only to wear new masks along the way, can feel frustrating and isolating. But the key to breaking this cycle lies in embracing vulnerability. It's only when we allow ourselves to be imperfect, to accept that we might not always have everything figured out, that we can start to shed the masks we put on for the world. Authenticity is not about living up to a perfect image. It's about embracing our flaws and uncertainties. It's about showing up as we are, without the pressure to be anything more than human. If this resonates with you, I invite you to share your thoughts or experiences. Have you ever felt the pressure of trying to be authentic, only to feel like you were becoming someone else in the process? I'd love to hear from you in the comments, and if you enjoyed this exploration of the authenticity paradox, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Let's continue this journey of self-discovery together. understanding that real authenticity isn't about perfection. It's about embracing our true, imperfect selves. Knowledge ownership question. Have you ever had a moment where you learned something new and felt a sense of ownership over it, only to later wonder, does this idea truly belong to me? It's an odd feeling, isn't it? You might have been taught something in school, or maybe you read an article, listened to a podcast, or even discovered something entirely on your own. For a brief moment, that knowledge feels like your personal treasure, something you've gained and can claim as your own. But then the thought creeps in. Do ideas really belong to us, or are we simply passing along something that's been handed down over time? It's a paradox many of us experience, whether we're in a classroom, a meeting at work, or just having a casual conversation. We share ideas, express our thoughts, and try to make sense of the world. But how often do we stop and ask ourselves where these ideas came from? Did we truly come up with them on our own, or are they simply reflections of everything we've learned from others? In a world where knowledge is constantly shared, passed down, and built upon, the question of ownership becomes a little murky. Are we the creators of the knowledge we use, or are we merely its custodians? Think about how often we use things like phrases, catchwords, or even famous quotes in our everyday conversations. We repeat what we've heard from others, not because we've invented it, but because it resonates with us. It feels right, or it helps explain something we can't quite put into words. Yet, we rarely stop to consider, is this idea really ours to share, or are we just echoing the thoughts of those who came before us? In school, you're taught formulas, theories, and facts. You're encouraged to memorize information and regurgitate it when the time comes. But as you continue through life, the ownership of that knowledge starts to fade. It becomes less about your individual connection to the material and more about how well you can apply what others have already figured out. This idea becomes even more interesting when we think about creativity. Artists, writers, scientists, and philosophers often claim their work as their own. But even the most groundbreaking ideas and inventions are influenced by others. Think of all the artists who have built their careers on the works of those who came before them. The same goes for writers. They often take inspiration from the writers who came before them, blending their own voice with the knowledge and creativity they have absorbed over time. The reality is that very little of what we create is purely original. Instead, it's a mixture of what we've learned, what we've experienced, and what others have shared with us. But what does this mean for us, as individuals trying to understand our place in the world of knowledge? If everything we know is shaped by others, do we really own the knowledge we possess? This question touches on the nature of belief itself. We all carry certain truths with us, ideas we've built our lives around, but have we truly chosen these beliefs? Or have they been handed to us through the people we've interacted with, the books we've read, and the experiences we've had? The more we think about it, the harder it becomes to distinguish where our own thoughts end and where the thoughts of others begin. This paradox isn't limited to just personal growth. It has bigger implications for society and even technology. When you look at the way information is spread in today's digital world, the idea of knowledge ownership becomes even more complicated. You can find an article online, share it, and claim the information as your own. But in reality, that knowledge isn't something you created. It's something you learned and shared. And the line between knowledge sharing and knowledge ownership is increasingly difficult to define. With the rise of artificial intelligence, we see similar dilemmas. AI systems are constantly learning from data, mimicking human behavior, and even creating new ideas based on the information they've been trained on. But when AI generates a new thought or piece of art, who truly owns that idea? The person who created the AI? The data that the system was trained on? Or does the machine itself now own its creations? So, if knowledge is constantly shared and built upon, is there a way to truly claim it as our own? Perhaps the answer lies in how we use that knowledge. Maybe ownership doesn't come from the knowledge itself, but from the way we interpret and apply it. Just as a musician can take a familiar chord progression and create something entirely new, we can take the knowledge we've gathered and make it our own by shaping it in a unique way. We may not create the original ideas, but we contribute to the larger conversation in a meaningful way. Our ownership of knowledge may not lie in the ideas themselves, but in how we express, use, and pass them along to others. What do you think about this paradox? Have you ever wondered if the things you know truly belong to you, or if they are just echoes of what others have shared with you? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Share your experience in the comments, and let's discuss this fascinating question together. If this reflection resonated with you, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to stay connected. Together, we can continue exploring these deep, thought-provoking questions that challenge the way we see the world around us. Moral threshold shift. Have you ever looked back on a decision and quietly asked yourself, how did I let that happen? Maybe it was something small at first, something so minor that it didn't seem to matter at all. A little lie, a shortcut, a favor you didn't speak up about. At the time, it didn't feel like a big deal. But slowly, piece by piece, those small decisions began to build into something bigger. And before you realized it, you crossed a line you once believed you'd never even approach. If you've ever felt this way, you're not alone. And if you're comfortable, I'd love for you to share your story in the comments. Has there ever been a time when your choices started to drift away from the person you thought you were? Whether it happened in a friendship, at school, at work, or even in the quiet privacy of your own mind, your experience matters. We all carry stories like these, hidden behind the calm expressions we wear each day. And by sharing them, we remind one another that we're not alone in this strange human journey. Let's start with something familiar. Imagine you're in school. It's exam season. You're tired, stressed, and overwhelmed. One night, a friend shared a few questions they overheard from another class. You hesitate. You're not someone who cheats, but you also don't want to fail. You tell yourself it's not that serious. It's not like you're stealing answers. It's just a little help. So you accept it. And the world doesn't end. No one finds out. In fact, your grade improves. That small compromise feels strangely harmless. But something shifts. The next time, the decision is easier. The line you once promised you'd never cross is now blurry. Your brain remembers that nothing bad happened last time, so what's the harm in doing it again? The excuses come quicker now. Everyone does it. It's just this one time. I'm still a good person. And just like that, the moral boundary you once held so tightly begins to move. This is the paradox of the moral threshold shift. It doesn't usually happen all at once. It creeps in slowly. One little decision after another, each one feeling smaller than the last. But over time, those choices stack up. And suddenly, you're doing things you once judged in others. Not because you're bad, not because you want to hurt anyone, but because your mind quietly and gently adjusted the limits of what you believed was okay. This shift can show up in so many parts of life. At work, it might start with fudging numbers on a report just to make a deadline. In friendships, it might be gossiping behind someone's back just once to fit in. In relationships, it might mean staying silent when you should speak up, because it's easier to avoid conflict than to be honest. Each moment feels small, harmless, justified. But every time we ignore that quiet voice inside, the one that whispers, "This doesn't feel right," we make it harder to hear the next time. That voice grows softer, until one day it disappears into the background completely. And that's where the real danger lies, not in one big wrong choice, but in the slow fading of our inner compass. There's a psychological reason for this, too. Our brains are wired to reduce discomfort. When we feel guilt or conflict, we try to explain it away. We tell ourselves stories that protect our self-image. I'm still a good person. I had no choice. They deserved it. These stories help us sleep at night, but they also allow our boundaries to shift without us noticing, like sand slipping quietly beneath our feet. Over time, our sense of right and wrong becomes less about principles and more about convenience. This paradox is deeply human, and it touches not only our personal decisions but our collective ones too. Think about history. Many large-scale injustices, wars, corruption, discrimination, didn't begin with big evil acts. They began with small justifications, people following orders, people staying silent, people telling themselves it's not my responsibility, one small compromise at a time, until it became something no one could stop. Even today, in our modern world, this paradox shows up in subtle ways. Think about online behavior. Maybe you see someone being bullied in the comments. At first it shocks you, but then it becomes normal. You scroll past it. You tell yourself, it's not my place to say anything. Or maybe you start liking or sharing posts that don't feel entirely right, just because they're popular. The more we see certain behaviors, the more normal they feel. And the harder it becomes to recognize when we've drifted too far from our own values. This paradox even touches the world of technology. As artificial intelligence grows more powerful, we face new moral questions. Should AI be allowed to make life or death decisions in hospitals? In warfare? What data should it collect? What privacy are we willing to give up for convenience? Often, these choices begin small. A harmless app update, a few permissions, a small policy change. But each one shapes the future. And unless we stay aware, our collective moral compass may shift in ways we never intended. So, what can we do? How do we protect ourselves from this quiet drift? It begins with awareness. We need to pause and ask ourselves, not just, is this allowed, but is this right for me? We need to listen for that quiet voice inside, the one that speaks before the excuses begin, the one that remembers who we wanted to be. And even if we've made mistakes, and we all have, we can still come back. We can redraw the line. We can make different choices. We can also support each other. Sometimes it's easier to notice someone else's shift than our own. So when someone we care about starts to drift, we can gently bring it to their attention, not with judgment, but with love. Hey, I noticed something. Is everything okay? These conversations aren't always easy, but they can be life-changing. They remind us that we're not alone, that someone sees us, that someone still believes. We can choose differently. And maybe most importantly, we can forgive ourselves. Because the truth is, no one is perfect. We all make small compromises. We all drift sometimes, but we're not defined by our worst moments. We're defined by our ability to come back, to listen, to learn, and to try again. So tonight, as you lie in bed and reflect, I invite you to gently explore your own moral lines. Are they where they used to be? Have they shifted over time? And if they have, how do you feel about that? There's no need for shame, just awareness. That's where change begins. And if you found this thought meaningful, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever experienced a moment where your moral line shifted, even just a little? Let's talk about it. And if you enjoyed this quiet journey into the mind, please like, comment, and subscribe. There are so many more gentle, thoughtful explorations waiting for you here. Until next time, take care of yourself and listen closely to the voice within. Urgency Calm Paradox. Have you ever been in a moment where everything around you felt like it was moving too fast, but the only solution was to slow down? Maybe your heart was racing, your thoughts were spinning, and something inside you whispered, "Do something now." And yet, doing nothing at least for a little while was the only way forward. It's strange, isn't it? Sometimes, the fastest way through a storm is by staying still. If you've ever felt this paradox, this tension between rushing and resting, I'd love to hear about it. Maybe you faced it at work, during an exam, in a fight with someone you love, or just while lying awake at night trying to fix something that feels broken. Wherever it happened, your story matters. Feel free to share in the comments. You might be surprised how many people have stood in that same quiet, uncertain place. Let's begin with something simple. Imagine you're trying to untangle a necklace. It's all knotted up, and you're already running late. You pull harder, you twist it quickly, hoping it will just fall into place. But the more you tug, the tighter it gets. The metal tightens, the loop grows smaller. Your frustration builds, and it's only when you pause, breathe, and slow your hands that the knot begins to loosen. The problem didn't need more speed. It needed more care, more stillness. This is the urgency-calm paradox. We live in a world that often tells us, act fast, don't wait, fix it now. And sometimes that's true. But in many situations, especially the emotional or complex ones, more doing only makes things worse. The instinct to rush is strong, but it doesn't always lead to clarity. In fact, it can cloud it. Think about arguments. You're in a disagreement with someone close to you. Tensions are high. Words are sharp. Your brain says, fix this, say something, defend yourself. And so, you talk. You talk quickly. You try to solve it right there, in the heat of the moment. But it only gets messier. The more you push, the more the other person pulls away. You're both trying to win, but no one is hearing each other. That's when space becomes the answer. A walk, a pause, a moment of silence. Not because you're ignoring the problem, but because you care enough to wait for the right words instead of just the loudest ones. It's the same with decisions. Have you ever made a quick choice only to regret it later? You bought something expensive out of stress. You sent a message you didn't mean. You said yes when you should have said no. At that moment, it felt urgent. But looking back, you realize that slowing down would have saved you from that regret. Sometimes, a little waiting brings more wisdom than a fast reaction ever could. This paradox shows up everywhere. In school, students cram before an exam, believing more study in less time will bring better results. But the mind needs rest to remember. Cramming might feel like doing something important, but real understanding often happens when we sleep, when we reflect, when we stop forcing and start allowing. In the workplace, teams rush to meet deadlines, making snap choices to finish projects, but quick solutions sometimes create more problems. They lead to miscommunication, mistakes, or missed opportunities. The calm choice, to stop, think, and move with intention, might take more time up front, but it often saves time later. Even in health, the paradox appears. When you feel unwell, your first instinct might be to take immediate action. More medicine, more research, more worry. But sometimes healing doesn't come from doing more. It comes from letting go. Rest, stillness, allowing the body and mind to find their natural balance again. That takes patience. And patience, in a world obsessed with urgency, is a quiet kind of bravery. This paradox touches the deeper parts of us too. In our thoughts, in our beliefs, in our sense of purpose, there are moments when we feel lost. We want answers. We want meaning. We want to fix the confusion. So we search, ask, scroll, chase. We try to force insight. But insight doesn't always come when called. It often visits in the still moments. A long walk, a quiet night, a deep breath. The answers we seek don't always arrive through effort. They arrive through space. And it's not just personal. This paradox plays out on a bigger scale. Think about how technology responds to crises. When systems fail or people make mistakes, leaders often feel pressure to act fast. But reacting too quickly, without thinking, long-term, can lead to more damage. Sometimes the wisest choice is to pause, to observe, to understand the full picture before acting. That's not laziness. It's strength. Calm is not the absence of urgency. It's the wisdom to know when urgency helps and when it hurts. In artificial intelligence, this becomes even more important. As machines become more powerful, our impulse may be to rush development, to solve problems instantly. But ethical decisions, long-term consequences, and human impact require deep reflection. Not just action, but intention. And intention takes time. So why is this paradox so hard to live with? Because stillness feels like failure. We're taught that success comes from motion, that if we're not doing something, we're falling behind. But the truth is, stillness isn't empty. It's full. It's where clarity lives. It's where ideas form. It's where emotions settle. But to feel its power, we have to trust it. And that takes practice. It's okay to pause. I do not have the answer, yet. To sit in the unknown for a while. Sometimes the problem isn't that we're not moving fast enough, it's that we're moving too fast to see the solution. So the next time you feel that rush, that pulse in your chest telling you to act now, ask yourself gently, is this the right moment, or is this the moment to wait? Listen to your body, feel your breath, slow down. And in that space, notice what changes. You might be surprised to find that what felt like urgency was actually anxiety, that felt like action was really avoidable, and that what you truly needed wasn't more doing, but more being. This paradox teaches us something deep about trust. To slow down in the face of urgency is to trust yourself, to believe that not every fire needs to be put out immediately, that some problems solve themselves with time, that clarity will return when the storm passes, and maybe, just maybe, the most powerful action is learning to wait. If this idea spoke to you, I'd love for you to share your thoughts below. Have you ever found that slowing down helped you more than rushing through? Let's build a gentle, thoughtful space together where we can share and learn from each other. And if you enjoyed this soft exploration, please like, comment, and subscribe. There are many more peaceful ideas waiting for you here. Thank you for spending this quiet moment with me. May you carry a little more calm with you into whatever comes next.
Choice paralysis effect. You walk into an ice cream shop craving something sweet, but as you stare at the long list, chocolate chip, cookies and cream, pistachio, mango swirl, hazelnut crunch, raspberry ripple, your excitement begins to fade.
You can't decide. Minutes pass. The joy you felt entering the shop is replaced with quiet frustration. Eventually, you leave with nothing. It sounds strange, but it happens more often than we realize. The more options we have, the harder it becomes to choose. And sometimes, too many choices stop us from choosing at all. Have you ever felt stuck while trying to pick something simple? A movie to watch? Clothes to wear? A path to take in life? If that sounds like you, tell me where you're watching from, and if you've ever faced this odd freeze we're talking about. It can help others see they're not alone. This is what we call the choice paralysis effect. It's a quiet trap we walk into, especially in today's world. We think having many options gives us freedom, but instead, it can make us feel lost. Think of a simple task: buying a notebook. You browse online, and there are hundreds. Different covers, sizes, paper, types. Suddenly, a quick decision becomes a deep well of confusion. And the strange part? Even after picking one, we don't always feel happy. We wonder, what if the other one was better? Now imagine this in bigger parts of life. Choosing a career path, picking a partner, deciding where to live. The weight gets heavier. The stakes feel higher. And with every extra choice, the fear of choosing wrong grows. It's like standing at a fork in the road, except this fork splits into 50 directions. Each one looks good in some way. Each one has its risks, and you're just standing there, frozen, waiting for a sign, hoping the right answer will fall into your lap. Let's take a moment to reflect on something simple, like studying for an exam. You sit down at your desk. You've got your books, your notes, your online resources, your videos, your friends' tips, and even AI tools. You're surrounded by help, yet you feel stuck. Where do you begin? The time you spend deciding what to study eats into the time you had to actually study. This is how the mind becomes its own maze. The paradox here is gentle but heavy. We grow up believing that more options are always better. We celebrate choice. We crave it. Yet when the moment comes to act, too much choice becomes a barrier. It's not just about confusion, it's about the pressure to get it right. And that pressure can make the safest choice: doing nothing at all. This effect reaches into our emotions and beliefs too. Think of how it plays out in relationships. You may like someone, but in your mind there's a voice whispering, "What if there's someone better out there?" Or maybe you're already with someone, and your eyes keep wandering, not out of disrespect, but because you've been conditioned to think there's always a better version, something newer, something more exciting, and suddenly, commitment starts to feel like a trap instead of a choice. Even in small daily habits, this cycle continues. You open your streaming app to relax after a long day. You scroll through dozens of shows. You watch trailers, you read reviews. 30 minutes later, you're still scrolling. You've seen nothing, yet your brain feels tired. The screen gave you hundreds of roads to choose from, but none of them led anywhere, and the same goes for creative work. Writers get stuck when the blank page offers endless directions. Designers, musicians, thinkers, many of them find that fewer choices help them move faster with more clarity. They set limits, on purpose, to escape the cloud of overthinking. Because freedom without shape can feel like floating in deep water. You can move in any direction, but you don't know which way is land. Let's stretch this idea a little further. Imagine the mind of an AI trained on all human knowledge. It can write, speak, draw, solve, and plan. But without a clear prompt, without limits, it just waits. It doesn't know what direction to go. Too much input becomes silent. Too much power becomes stillness. And maybe in a way, we humans are no different. We thrive with structure. We focus better when we have boundaries. And when we don't, we pause. There's also something deeply emotional about this, because behind every frozen moment is fear. Fear of regret. If we choose path A, we lose what path B might have given us. If we say yes to one thing, we're saying no to everything else. And that no feels heavy, even if the yes feels right. We don't want to close doors, but trying to keep them all open only traps us in the hallway. So what's the answer? Is it to limit our choices? To live with less? In some ways, yes. But not by force, by clarity. The clearer we are about what we want, the less noise the other options make. Instead of asking, "What's the best?" we ask, "What's right for me right now?" That small shift changes everything. There's a strange peace in choosing with calm, even if the choice is simple. Picking a shirt without overthinking. Saying yes to a dinner plan without weighing every outcome. Trusting your gut, letting go of the idea that the perfect choice exists, and instead finding meaning in the one you make. So the next time you feel stuck between choices, remember, it's okay to pick one and move forward. The mind loves certainty, but life rarely gives it, and maybe that's the point. To walk forward not because we know we're right, but because standing still is a kind of silent suffering. If you've ever felt that soft confusion, the quiet storm of too many choices, I invite you to share your story in the comments. Where are you watching from? Have you faced this in a cafe, a career, or a crossroad? I'd love to hear your thoughts, and others might find comfort in your words. And if this helps bring you calm or clarity, feel free to like this video, subscribe to the channel, or gently ring the bell. I'll be right here, continuing our journey into the soft spaces of paradox, where deep thoughts help us drift to sleep. Silence communication gap. Imagine sitting beside someone you deeply care about, but neither of you says a word. The room is quiet, yet filled with something thick. Not tension exactly, not peace either, just weight. A silence that says more than any word ever could. Maybe you're hurt. Maybe they are. Maybe nothing happened at all, but still, there's a message floating in the quiet. It's strange, isn't it? How silence, something that seems like nothing, can carry so much meaning. Have you ever been in a moment like that, where silence spoke louder than speech? Maybe with a friend, a parent, or even a stranger. If so, let me know where you're watching from and share a moment where silence meant something to you. You never know how much it can help others feel understood. Silence is one of those things we rarely talk about, yet we all experience it. It can feel comforting or cold, safe or scary. There's the silence of sitting by a fire with someone you trust, no pressure to fill the space. And then there's the silence after a fight, when the absence of words feels louder than shouting. The paradox is this: silence is nothing, but it communicates everything. It fills gaps, but also creates them. It brings people closer or pushes them apart. Take something simple, like a classroom. A teacher asks a question. No one answers. The silence stretches. It's not just about not knowing the answer. Sometimes it's about fear. Fear of being wrong. Fear of being seen. And in that silence, a whole conversation happens without a single word. The teacher may feel ignored. The students may feel anxious, all from the quiet. No raised hands, no voices. Yet the silence becomes the loudest thing in the room. Or think about relationships. You're walking with someone you love. Usually you talk and laugh. But today, it's quiet. Not peaceful, awkward. Something is off. You both feel it. But no one says anything. That silence right there is a kind of conversation. It says, we're not okay. It says, there's something between us. But because neither person speaks, it grows, like a shadow stretching as the day ends. This is the strange power of silence. It's not just a pause between words, it is its own message. And sometimes, not saying something hurts more than the wrong words ever could. We think of communication as speech, sentences, language, words. But silence is also part of the language we use, whether we mean to or not. Silence after someone tells us their story. Silence when they cry. Silence when we leave without saying goodbye. Each one sends a different signal. And those signals, even unspoken, shape how we feel and how we connect. Now imagine a conversation with a friend. They tell you something personal. You don't know what to say, so you stay silent. You think it's respectful, but they hear something else. Maybe they feel unseen, unheard. Maybe they needed a simple, I understand. But the silence created a gap instead of a bridge. Yandafu, the same time, silence can also heal. It can be a space for someone to breathe, space to think, space to just be. In a world filled with noise, silence can feel like a warm blanket. That's why people go on silent retreats. That's why we enjoy sitting by the sea or watching the rain. There's no talking. But it feels full, complete, alive. So again, the paradox shows up. Silence can hurt or help. It depends on where, when, and how it's used. Now let's look at silence in terms of belief. In many traditions, silence is sacred. It's a path to deeper understanding, to listen to the world, or to something higher. But even in belief systems, silence is not easy. People pray for answers, and sometimes all they hear is quiet. That silence can feel confusing. Is it peace or distance? Is it waiting or absence? And in that not knowing, people often feel lost. In mental health, silence plays another role. Those who are hurting don't always speak. Their silence can be a cry, but it's hard to notice. It's easy to assume someone is fine if they say nothing. But the truth is, some of the most painful feelings are carried in silence. That's why reaching out matters. That's why presence matters. Because sometimes sitting with someone in silence says, I see you, even when no words are shared. Even in the world of technology, silence speaks. Think of messaging someone and seeing seen, but no reply. That tiny silence between reading and responding carries meaning. Maybe confusion, maybe rejection, maybe nothing at all. But our minds read into it. We assign value to the absence of words. We fill the space with assumptions, fears, or hopes. In AI, silence is stillness, a pause while the machine thinks. But even that pause feels like something. It holds weight. Because we're used to noise, to constant updates. When something goes quiet, we pay attention. We wonder, what's happening? So silence becomes a shape, not just a gap. And in our own lives, silence shows up in small, strange ways. A cold response, a missed call, an unspoken thank you, an avoided topic. None of these involve loud moments, but each one tells a story. Each one shapes how we remember things, We remember not just what people said to us, but also what they didn't say, and when they didn't say it. So what can we learn from this? Maybe that silence is a tool, one we must learn to use with care. Sometimes silence is kindness. Sometimes it's a wall. The key is learning the difference. Learning when to be still and when to speak. When to give someone space. And when to say, "I'm here." Because silence isn't just about us. It's about connection. If we want to truly understand each other, we need to listen to the quiet just as much as the noise. To feel what isn't being said. To respond not just with words, but with presence. And to remember that in the soft, quiet spaces between us, so much lives there. If you've ever had a moment where silence said more than words, I'd love to hear about it. Let me know in the comments and tell me where you're listening from. Sometimes your story helps someone else find peace on their own. If this reflection helped you slow down, breathe, or see things a little more clearly, consider liking this video, subscribing, or gently tapping the bell icon. We'll continue exploring these quiet truths together. One peaceful thought at a time. Memory reliability rift. Have you ever been so sure of something that happened, only to find out later you remembered it all wrong? A tiny moment, a simple detail, but somehow your mind had changed. You could have sworn the door was red, that it rained that day, that someone said something specific, but when you checked, none of it was true. That's the strange thing about memory. It feels like truth, but behaves like imagination. Have you ever had a memory that others remembered differently? Maybe you and a friend argued about it. Or maybe you quietly wondered if your own mind had played a trick on you. Let me know where you're watching from, and if you've ever felt this odd pull between what you remember and what actually happened. Memory feels reliable, but it isn't. In fact, each time we remember something, we don't just pull it out, we rewrite it. Like opening a file on a computer and saving over it without realizing. The more we remember, the more we change. We fill in blanks, we smooth out rough edges, we add emotion or take it away, we make it more dramatic, or safer, or more bearable. Think about your first day at school. How clearly do you remember it? The smell of the room, the way your shoes felt, the teacher's voice. Maybe you do remember it. Or maybe what you're picturing is a mix of old photos, stories you've been told, and the feelings you've collected over time. That's the memory paradox. We believe memory is a recording, but really it's a story we keep rewriting. Here's a simple example. You go out to eat with friends. A few weeks later, someone brings up what happened. "Remember when the waiter dropped the glass?" they say. You laugh. "Yes, I do." But maybe in truth, you had forgotten. Until they reminded you. Now that memory becomes yours too, even if it wasn't there before. And the next time you remember that day, the glass-breaking moment will be there, because someone planted it, gently, without even knowing it. Memories are social. That means they change when we talk about them. Every time we tell a story, we edit the past. We emphasize some parts, leave others out. We match the energy of the people listening. If they laugh, we might exaggerate the funny parts. If they look shocked, we may turn the volume down next time. The story adjusts. And so, the memory changes with it. This happens in relationships too. A couple might look back at the same event, a trip, an argument, a goodbye, and remember it completely differently. Not because one of them is lying, but because memory works like a mirror that bends slightly with time. Each person remembers through their own feelings, their own needs, their own past. And slowly the facts drift apart. Even strong emotional memories, like heartbreaks or happy surprises, aren't safe from this. In fact, the stronger the emotion, the more likely the memory is to shift. That's because we revisit it more. And each time we change it just a little, like touching a painting with our fingers over and over again until the colors smudge. In mental health, this has deep effects. People may carry pain for years, based on how they remember an event. But if the memory has changed, then what they're holding on to might not be the full truth. This isn't to say their feelings aren't real. They are. But it helps to understand that the mind can bend memories to protect us, or to hurt us, or simply by accident. In belief systems, memory plays a role too. Stories passed down through families, through communities, these aren't word-for-word accounts. They're memories, shaped by each teller. With time, they become, more than facts, they have meaning. And meaning often matters more to us than detail. That's why old stories stick, even when the details blur. They carry something deeper. This also shows up in language. Words like nostalgia or regret are tied to memory, but not always to truth. Nostalgia is about remembering the past in a warm, glowing way. Even if the past wasn't perfect, our memory can make it feel that way. And regret, well, it's often based on what we think we did wrong. But if the memory isn't accurate, then the regret is built on shifting ground. Still real, but it's complicated. Now imagine how this affects AI and technology. Machines can store data perfectly. They don't rewrite. They remember exactly what was input. But we humans? We change. Our memories breathe. That's what makes us different. We're not just remembering. We're storytelling. And those stories are alive. It's important to say, this doesn't mean memory is broken. It means it's human, flexible, emotional. It bends because we bend. It shifts because we grow. And while that might seem scary, it can also be healing. Because if memory changes, then so can the pain it holds. If we can tell the story differently, maybe we can feel differently too. This also shows up in everyday life. Have you ever studied hard for an exam, then forgotten almost everything later? You knew it well, but the memory didn't stay. Or maybe you tried to remember where you left your keys, and your brain made up a moment that never really happened. That's the strange dance of memory. It gives and it takes away. It creates and it forgets. Sometimes people argue about events that happened long ago. Each person is sure they're right. But maybe they both are. Or maybe neither is. Because they're not arguing about facts. They're arguing about memory. And memory, as we've seen, is soft around the edges. So how do we live with this? Maybe with kindness. Kindness to ourselves when our memories don't match reality. Kindness to others when their version of a moment is different from ours. And maybe we can hold our stories a little more gently, knowing that they are still shifting, still alive. Have you ever had a memory that changed over time? One that you remembered clearly but later realized was different than you thought? Share it in the comments if you feel comfortable, and let me know where you're listening from. These gentle stories remind us that we're all human, all forgetful, all full of change. And if you found this video helpful, or if it gave you something new to think about, consider liking it, subscribing, or tapping the bell for more thoughtful stories like this one. We're building something soft here. A space where questions are welcome and memories don't need to be perfect. Just real. Just human. Presence, absence, loop. You finally get a quiet moment. No one texting. No one called. No one is asking for anything. Just peace. But then, something strange happens. You feel a little empty, a little uneasy. You check your phone again. You pace around. That silence you wanted so badly starts to feel heavy. Isn't it strange? We spend so much time wanting to be left alone, but when we are, we sometimes feel even more alone. Have you ever felt that? Let me know where you're listening from, and if this has happened to you. You long for stillness. But once you get it, your mind starts reaching for noise again. This is the loop. The presence-absence loop. We want people around us, but we also want space. We want connection, but we crave freedom. We want company, but we say, oh, I just need a break. And when we finally get that break, it doesn't always feel the way we hoped. Maybe it starts in small moments, like when you cancel plans just to rest. The house is quiet. You make tea. You sit down. And then your thoughts grow loud. You start thinking of who's doing what, who's with who isn't texting back. And suddenly, the calm you wanted becomes something else, a kind of loneliness, or maybe even fear. This loop shows up during exams, too. When you're surrounded by books and notes, you wish for silence so you can study. But then, the silence makes you feel cut off. You peek at social media, not because you're distracted, but because you want to feel connected. You want presence, even while you're choosing absence. Or in relationships, we might need space to think, time alone to breathe, but once we step away, we wonder if they'll miss us, or forget us, or move on. The heart pulls in two directions at once, wanting presence, needing absence, feeling incomplete in both. The paradox is that solitude and connection are both necessary, but they rarely feel good at the same time. When we're surrounded by people, we want quiet. When we get quiet, we want someone to fill it. And this isn't a weakness. It's human. It's a dance our minds keep doing. A rhythm between come close and give me space. Even weather plays into it. A rainy evening can make you long for someone's voice. A sunny afternoon might make you want to be alone outside. But often, whatever state we're in, our minds wonder about the opposite. When it's loud, we want silence. When it's silent, we feel the silence pressing in. This loop affects mental health too. Some people isolate themselves when they're struggling. They push everyone away. Then, once they're alone, the weight gets heavier. But reaching out feels hard. Like asking for help would break the quiet they created. So they stay in the loop, wanting presence, fearing it too. Language reveals this tension. Phrases like, I need space, or I feel so alone, don't always mean what they seem. Sometimes, I need space is really I'm overwhelmed, and I feel alone might be, I wish someone understood me. We don't always say exactly what we feel, because sometimes we don't even know. This paradox also lives in belief. Many people seek solitude through prayer or meditation, moments away from noise, to connect with something deeper. But even there, thoughts can drift, doubts can rise, presence can feel far away, even in stillness. That's the loop again. We step away to find something, but the space itself becomes part of the search. Artificial intelligence works differently. It doesn't get lonely, it doesn't crave presence or fear absence. But humans do. Our wiring is built around connection. Even the way babies develop shows this. A baby cries, not just for food, but for closeness, for eyes that look back, that need stays with us. It changes shape, but it never really disappears. That's why notifications feel powerful. A small sound, a screen lighting up. It's someone reaching in. Someone said, I'm here. It breaks the silence. It fills the absence. But it also keeps us from truly being alone. Alone in a healthy way, alone long enough to hear ourselves think. Because there is beauty in solitude too. Walking by yourself, sitting in nature, interning off the world, just long enough to breathe. But that beauty only shows itself after the panic fades, after the part of you that fears the silence grows still. Then, something peaceful rises. A presence that isn't outside, but inside, a kind of quiet strength. So the challenge is this. Can we learn to stay with both? To be around people and feel full, and also to be alone and not feel forgotten? Can we welcome presence without clinging, and face absence without fear? It's not easy. The loop keeps spinning. You might wake up feeling fine and then by afternoon wish someone would call. You might cancel a plan for rest and then feel left out. That's okay. That's the loop. It doesn't mean something's wrong. It just means you're human. Some people try to break the loop by staying constantly busy, filling every moment with work, noise, tasks, calls. But that often makes the quiet moments feel even sharper when they come, like crashing into a wall. So maybe the better path is not to escape the loop, but to see it, to name it when it shows up. I feel lonely. even though I asked to be alone. That's a powerful thing to admit. It makes the loop softer, less confusing. It helps you be kind to yourself. And maybe it helps someone else too, because chances are they've felt the same. Have you ever been in this loop? Wanting company, then wanting space? Feeling unsettled no matter what you choose? Share your story in the comments. Or just tell me where you're watching from. It helps to know we're not alone in these quiet, tangled thoughts. And if this video helped you slow down or gave you something gentle to think about, feel free to like, comment, or subscribe. This channel is a small space to breathe, a space where paradoxes like this don't need to be solved, only seen, only understood. The loop might not stop. But the more we notice it, the less it controls us. We can sit in silence. We can hold our presence gently. And maybe, with time, we can feel more at home in both. Desire fulfillment, puzzle. You finally get the thing you wanted, the phone you saved up for, the grade you studied so hard to earn, the message from someone you missed, and for a moment you feel something sharp and sweet, relief, joy, even pride. But then something strange happens. That feeling fades, and almost without thinking, your mind asks, "What's next?" Have you noticed this in your own life? I'd love to know where you're watching from and if this has happened to you too. That quiet moment after you get what you wanted. When, instead of lasting peace, you feel a new kind of hunger forming. This is the desire fulfillment puzzle. We work, we wait, we dream. And when the dream becomes real, we feel good, but only for a short while. Then we want something else, something more. It's not because we're greedy or broken. It's because our minds are always moving, always reaching. Think about something simple, like being hungry. You picture your favorite food. You think about how satisfying it will be. Then you eat it. It tastes amazing. But 2 hours later, your stomach starts to growl again. Or maybe it's something bigger, like getting into the college you hoped for, or landing the job you talked about for months. You celebrate. You feel proud. Then you start thinking about the next test, the next raise, the next level. This isn't failure. It's how we're built. The things we want keep shifting, like clouds in the sky. You catch one, and another one forms. That's the puzzle. Desire never really ends. It just changes shape. You might save for a trip. Spend months planning every detail. You count down the days. And when you finally get there, the place is beautiful. But somewhere along the way, your mind starts thinking about the next vacation, or how tired you'll be when you return. Even in the middle of joy, part of you moves ahead. That small voice asking again, "What's next?" It happens in relationships too. You wish someone would notice you, care for you, understand you. And when it happens, it feels warm and complete. But over time, new worries show up. Do they still care? Will this last? Can I trust this? Again, the mind keeps moving. It doesn't stop at fulfilled. It keeps reaching into the future. This puzzle shows up in studies of the brain too. The part of us that wants something lights up more when we're chasing it than when we actually get it. The joy of looking forward sometimes feels stronger than the joy of having. That's why we daydream about weekends, but sometimes feel bored once they arrive. The puzzle is deeper than just things or goals. It lives in how we think about happiness. Many people believe happiness comes when desires are met. But what if it's not that simple? What if getting what you want only brings short happiness and then leaves space for new wants to grow? Even in the world of technology, we see this loop. You get the latest phone. It feels perfect for a week. Then a new version is announced. A better camera, a brighter screen, and suddenly the one you just got doesn't feel enough anymore. You didn't change. The phone didn't change. But desire moved. Language shows us this pattern too. Words like goal, dream, or achievement sound final, but they rarely are. The moment you achieve something, the goalposts move. You might think, "I'll be happy when I reach this." But when you do, another "this" appears. It's like walking on a path that keeps extending, step after step. Even belief systems wrestle with this idea. Some teach that desire is the root of suffering, others say that desire gives life meaning. Maybe both are true, because desire can make you chase beautiful things, but it can also keep you from resting. In mental health, this puzzle plays a quiet role. People can feel guilty for not being satisfied. Why do I still feel empty when I get what I want? That question can echo, but it doesn't mean something is wrong. It just means the puzzle is real and common. Artificial intelligence doesn't have desire. It doesn't chase goals for itself. It doesn't feel boring or restless, but people do. We imagine, we dream, we reach, and sometimes we don't even know what we're reaching for. That's part of what makes us human. So how do we live inside this puzzle? Do we stop wanting things? Probably not. Desire is part of being alive. It pulls us forward. It helps us grow. But maybe we can learn to notice the puzzle when it appears, to see the moment we reach a goal, and not rush to the next one, to sit in fulfillment, even if it's brief. There's a story, told in many forms, about someone climbing a mountain. They reach the top. The view is beautiful, but instead of staying and enjoying it, they scan the horizon for a taller mountain, and so they climb again. This isn't wrong, but it's revealing. Sometimes the hardest thing is to stay still, to breathe in the moment you worked for. You can still set goals, still chase dreams, but maybe you don't have to race. Maybe you can pause, even for a minute, to say, I made it this far. That's something. Even if desire shows up again tomorrow, have you ever experienced this puzzle? Getting what you wanted only to find yourself wanting something new? Let me know in the comments, or just tell me where you're listening from. It helps build a space where these quiet thoughts are shared. And if this video gave you a moment of calm or clarity, feel free to like, subscribe, or leave a note below. This space is here for reflection, not answers, just echoes of understanding. The desire fulfillment puzzle might never be solved, but it can be seen. And when you see it, you don't feel so lost in it. You can walk your path, step by step, knowing that wanting is part of the journey but not all of it. There is peace, too, in the spaces between. In the breath after the climb. In the quiet joy of saying, this is enough, at least for now. Preference swap paradox. You choose the chocolate cake over the fruit salad. It looks better, smells sweeter, and at the moment it feels like the right decision. But an hour later, you sit there thinking, I should have picked the fruit. The taste was great, but now you feel heavy, maybe even regretful. Why do we keep doing this? Choosing what feels best now, only to wish we hadn't. Have you ever made a small decision that felt perfect at the time, but later felt wrong? Maybe you skipped studying for a test to hang out with friends, and then the next day you stared at the paper feeling unprepared. Or you bought something expensive, thinking it would make you happy, but it just sat there unused. If that sounds familiar, let me know where you're listening from. It's a quiet puzzle many of us live through again and again. This is the preference swap paradox. The moment we make a choice, it often feels good, even exciting. But time shifts everything. What once felt right can slowly turn into something we regret, and strangely, we knew it might happen. But we chose it anyway. Imagine it's a rainy Sunday evening. You're tired. You have a project due tomorrow, but your favorite show just released a new episode. You think, I'll just watch one. I'll still have time. One episode turns into 3. And now it's midnight. The project still sits untouched. At that moment you think, why did I do that? The preference swapped. What felt rewarding earlier now feels like a burden. It's not because we're lazy or careless. It's because the present moment often speaks louder than the future. The brain listens to now. It wants comfort, pleasure, relief. The future version of us, who has to deal with the consequences, feels far away. So we favor what brings ease now, even if it brings discomfort later. This paradox shows up in relationships too. You might avoid a hard conversation with someone because you don't want to hurt their feelings. It feels safer to stay quiet. But weeks later, when things get worse, you think, I should have spoken up. In the moment, silence felt better. But over time, the silence grew heavier. Even in daily routines, the paradox repeats. Hitting snooze in the morning feels gentle and kind, but being late to school or work doesn't. Eating fast food instead of cooking feels quick and fun, but later, your body reminds you of the cost. At the time these choices made sense, it's only later that the swap becomes clear. This puzzle connects deeply to how our minds deal with time. The present is loud and close. The future is quiet and far. That's why temporary happiness often wins over long-term peace. We chase short comfort and miss deeper calm. Beliefs and culture also shape this. Some people are taught to live in the moment, to follow feelings. Others are taught to plan ahead, to always think long-term. But the truth is, most of us are caught between the two. We want to enjoy life now, but we also want to feel proud tomorrow. And it's hard to do both at once. Language even shows us this tug of war. Phrases like, follow your heart, or go with the flow sound beautiful, but so do phrases like, think ahead, or you'll thank yourself later. One voice says, act now. The other says, wait. And in between those voices, we live. This paradox touches mental health too. People often feel guilty for choices they made during stress, sadness, or boredom. But when we're in pain, the present becomes a trap. We reach for anything to make the feelings stop, and sometimes what helps now hurts later. That's not failure. It's being human. Even artificial intelligence can reflect this paradox. It doesn't feel like time like we do, but it can track patterns. It can see that people often repeat behaviors even when they know the outcome won't feel good later. And it reminds us, our choices are not always logical. They are emotional, based on mood, need, and hope. So what do we do with this paradox? How do we live with the feeling of, I should have chosen differently? Maybe we begin by noticing the pattern, naming it when it appears, that tiny voice in your head before the choice that says, this might not feel good later. Listening to it, not to stop yourself, but to give yourself space. Even a pause can shift the path. You might still choose the cake, or the extra episode, or silence instead of truth. But if you pause, even for a second, you bring in awareness. And awareness opens doors. It lets you choose with clarity, not just with impulse. Another way to soften the paradox is to forgive the version of you who made the choice. You were trying to feel okay. You were tired. You were hopeful. You didn't know how it would feel later. And even if you did, you were doing your best in that moment. Be gentle with that version of you. They were just trying to make it through. Some people use little tricks to outsmart the swap, like asking, what would I thank myself for tomorrow? Or, how will this feel in an hour? These questions are small, but they build space. They help the future speak louder. But even with these tools, the paradox won't disappear. And maybe it's not supposed to. Maybe it exists to teach us balance between pleasure and peace, between now and later, between heart and mind. We all live inside this loop. We choose what feels best now, and sometimes we regret it. But sometimes we learn, and over time those lessons shape new choices. Not perfect ones, but kinder ones. Have you experienced this? Choosing something with joy and then feeling regret later? Let me know in the comments, or just say where you're watching from. It helps build a space where these shared moments feel less lonely. If this reflection brought you a little calm or clarity, feel free to like or subscribe. These small moments of understanding, shared softly, matter more than we think. The preference swap paradox reminds us that choices are not just decisions. They're reflections of who we are at the moment. And we are always changing, always growing. And that's okay. You can make mistakes. You can learn. and you can forgive yourself. Because sometimes the hardest part of being human is being kind to ourselves when we finally understand what we need, only after the moment has passed. Selfish altruism loop. You give someone a hand when they're struggling, and afterward, you feel really good, maybe even proud. But then a strange thought appears in the back of your mind. Did I help them for their sake or for mine? Have you ever had that feeling? You did something kind, held the door, gave advice, donated money, offered a listening ear, and afterward you weren't just happy for the other person. You were happy for yourself. That soft glow, that inner warmth, that sense of, I did something good today. If that's ever happened to you, I'd love to know where you're listening from. These thoughts can feel quiet and strange, but they live in almost all of us. This is the selfish altruism loop, the idea that helping others often helps us too, that doing something kind doesn't always come from pure selflessness. Sometimes it's a loop. We give something, but we also get something. And what we get is invisible. A feeling, a mood, a gentle rise of joy inside us. It might show up in the smallest things. You see someone drop their papers in the hallway. You rush over, help them gather it all, and they smile and thank you. You walk away with a bounce in your step. You feel useful, kind, strong. Or maybe you listen to a friend talk about something painful. You sit with them, nod, offer a few soft words. Later that night, you remember it and feel like you did something that mattered. These moments don't feel wrong, they feel good, and they should. But sometimes we wonder, did I help because I wanted to help, or because I wanted to feel like someone who helps? This paradox lives at the edge of our inner world. It's not loud. It doesn't always demand answers. But once you notice it, it becomes hard to ignore, especially when you catch yourself, helping and then waiting. Waiting for the thank you, the smile, the recognition, that tiny moment where you expect something back. Not money, not gifts, but a feeling, a nod, a soft approval. Even in bigger actions, this loop plays out. People volunteer not only to give but to grow, to feel purpose, to build connections, to find healing from their own pain. It's still kind, still service, but it's mixed with a quiet hope. This will help me too, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's part of being human. We are wired for empathy, but also for reward. When we do something good, the brain releases signals that make us feel lighter, brighter, more alive. That's not a weakness. That's nature. Helping each other feels good because that's how connection survives. Imagine a cold morning. You bring coffee to someone working outside. You see their eyes light up. They're grateful. But inside, you also feel warmer. Not just from the coffee, but from the act. That's the loop in motion. Giving creates feelings. Feeling creates meaning. And meaning makes us want to give again. Still, the paradox asks a question. Can an act be truly selfless if we gain something from it? Language tries to answer this. We say things like, from the goodness of their heart, or pure intention. But when we look closer, we see that even the purest acts carry emotion. Pride, joy, even relief. And that's not bad. It just shows how deeply we are shaped by the emotional waves of giving and receiving. Even in relationships, this loop shapes behavior. A partner makes tea not just to be nice, but to show love. A parent helps with homework not just for the grade, but to feel close. A friend gives advice not just to guide, but to feel trusted. These layers mix together until the line between giving and gaining becomes soft and blurry. This paradox also touches belief systems. Many cultures and teachings speak of giving without expecting anything in return. But often, even those who follow this deeply say they feel peace or closeness to something greater after helping. The reward is not material. It's emotional or spiritual. Again, the loop. And in mental health, this idea matters too. People who feel low are often encouraged to help others, not because their problems don't matter, but because helping can gently lift their mood. It gives the mind a break from inner pain, a shift in focus, a taste of purpose. That's why support groups work so well, because people give and receive healing at the same time. Even artificial intelligence is beginning to reflect this loop. Machines don't feel, but they can be trained to recognize that human kindness is not just for others, it's also a mirror, a way we see ourselves. When someone says, "That's not like me," or "This isn't who I want to be," they are describing a break in the loop, a moment when their action didn't match the feeling they hoped to have. So what does this all mean? Should we stop helping because we feel good afterward? Of course not. That feeling is part of the magic. It's a sign that something inside us is alive and awake, that we are wired to care, not just for others, but for the version of ourselves that shows up in those moments. Maybe instead of trying to be purely selfless, we can be aware of the loop, aware of the feeling, and aware that it's okay to enjoy helping, as long as we're also kind when no one is watching, when there's no thank you, when there's no reward, when the act itself is the only echo. Have you ever helped someone and then felt good, and then questioned that feeling? If so, you're not alone. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, or simply share where you're watching from. It's comforting to know we're all working through these quiet inner questions together. And if this reflection brought you a little peace or insight, feel free to like, comment, or subscribe. Each small action you take helps this space grow gently, thought by thought. The selfish altruism loop reminds us that kindness is not just a gift to the world, it's a gift to ourselves. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's what keeps the world spinning. A small smile passed between strangers, a hand offered without needing a reason, a choice to care, even when no one sees it. Not because we have to, but because it helps us remember who we are. Identity projection, mistake. You think you understand someone, what they're feeling, why they act the way they do, and then, one day, they surprise you. And in that moment, you realize something quietly unsettling. Maybe you weren't really seeing them at all. Maybe you were just seeing yourself. Have you ever felt that way? Like someone close to you, maybe a friend, a partner, a parent, did something that didn't fit the version of them in your mind, and it shook you, even just a little? If you've ever had that moment, I'd love to know where you're listening from. These strange shifts in perception can feel lonely, but they happen to all of us. This is the identity projection mistake. It happens when we look at others and unknowingly use ourselves as the lens. We think we're understanding them, but often we're just projecting our own thoughts, feelings, fears, or hopes onto them. It feels like empathy, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's just a reflection of us, wearing someone else's face. It shows up in small, everyday moments. A friend cancels plans, and we assume they're upset, because we would be upset if we canceled. A partner doesn't reply quickly, and we think they're ignoring us, because that's how we'd act if we were pulling away. A coworker speaks sharply, and we assume they're angry, because that's what we'd feel if we spoke like that. But what if they're not upset? What if they're just tired, distracted, hungry, or lost in their own thoughts that have nothing to do with us? This paradox quietly shapes how we relate to others, because we don't see the world as it is. We see it as we are. And when it comes to people, this becomes even trickier. Our mind tries to make sense of their behavior by comparing it to our own. But they are not us. They've had different lives. Different pain, different joy, different rules that guide their world. Imagine looking into a mirror. Now imagine trying to use that mirror to understand someone else's face. It doesn't quite work, does it? That's what projection is like. We hold up our mirror to someone else, and then wonder why their actions feel confusing. Sometimes we do it with good intentions. We think we're being kind. "I know how you feel," we say. "If it were me, I'd be devastated." But maybe they're not devastated. Maybe they're okay. or maybe they're hurting in a way we don't understand at all. Projection often begins with closeness. The more we care about someone, the more we want to understand them. And so we fill in the blanks. We assume. We guess. But sometimes, in trying to see more of them, we actually see less, because we stop asking. We stop listening. We stop being curious. Have you ever felt misunderstood in this way? Someone thought you were angry when you were just quiet. They thought you needed space when you needed a hug. They thought you were fine when you were falling apart. If that's ever happened to you, then you know how deep this paradox can go. And yet, we all do it, without meaning to, without noticing. It's part of how the mind works. We know ourselves best. So when we try to understand someone else, we use the tools we already have, our own experiences. It's natural, but it can be misleading. This also affects how we handle conflict. When someone disagrees with us, we often assume they're being difficult or stubborn, because that's what we'd feel if we were pushed back. But maybe for them, it's about safety, or honesty, or something we've never felt. It touches language, too. The words we use to describe others often reflect our own emotional world. She's being dramatic. He's too cold. They don't care. These might be true, or they might just be echoes of how we process emotions ourselves. And in deeper relationships, this mistake becomes even more delicate. We build stories about the people we love. We believe we know what they need. But needs change. People change. And if we're always seeing them through the old version of ourselves, we might miss who they're becoming. Mental health plays a role here too. When someone is struggling and we try to help, our support might not always match their reality. If we assume their anxiety feels like our anxiety, or their sadness is like our sadness, we might offer comfort that misses the mark, not because we don't care, but because we didn't pause to ask. Even technology, like artificial intelligence, is learning this. AI can mirror our preferences and behaviors, but it doesn't truly understand us. It responds based on patterns we've shown, and in some ways, we do the same with each other. We respond based on what we would do in their place, instead of what they are actually feeling in theirs. This paradox also reminds us why silence can be so powerful. When we sit with someone without rushing to fix or explain, we make space for their truth to emerge, without coloring it with our own. So what can we do about this? Maybe it starts with humility, with the gentle reminder that we are not experts on other people's inner worlds. No matter how well we know them, no matter how much we care, instead of assuming, we can wonder. Instead of projecting, we can ask. And instead of seeing ourselves in others, we can try to see them as they are, not as we imagine them to be. That shift, small, soft, and quiet, can change everything. It can deepen relationships, ease conflict, grow trust, and it can bring us closer, not just to others, but to ourselves. Because when we stop using others as mirrors, we begin to see our own reflection more clearly too. Have you ever realized you were projecting yourself onto someone else? How did it feel when you saw it? I'd love to hear your story in the comments, or just share where you're watching from. These moments of recognition, however small, help us grow together. And if this reflection gave you something to think about, or helped you feel a little more at peace, feel free to like, comment, or subscribe. Each soft step helps this space stay open and welcoming. The identity projection mistake reminds us of something gentle but true. Seeing clearly is not always about understanding more. Sometimes it's about stepping back, letting go of the mirror, and allowing someone to be fully themselves, even if we don't always understand them. Because in that space, real connection begins. Narrative control problem. Have you ever told a story from your life and felt the need to make yourself the hero, even when you knew you made a mistake? Maybe you added a small detail to sound wiser, or left something out so the ending felt better. Maybe, deep down, you weren't trying to lie, you were just trying to make sense of it. That quiet shift, that small edit, is something almost all of us do. And yet, it opens up a strange question. Can we truly understand our life when we're both the one living it and the one writing the story? Have you ever felt that way? Like you're living two lives at once, the one others see and the one you quietly narrate in your mind? If you've noticed that inner storyteller shaping your memories, I'd love to know where you're watching from, because this happens to all of us. And once you start to see it, you can't unsee it. This is the narrative control problem. It's a quiet paradox inside each of us. We're both the main character in our lives, and the author telling the tale. But those roles don't always agree. The hero wants to be admired. The author wants to make sense of pain. And sometimes, in trying to hold both roles, we end up twisting the truth without realizing it. Think about how you describe a breakup. You might say, "They weren't right for me," or "I needed to grow." Maybe that's true, but maybe there's more. Maybe you were scared. Maybe you made mistakes. Maybe they did too. But in the story we tell, we often smooth over the mess. Because it's easier. It feels safer. Or imagine doing badly on an exam. You might say, "I didn't care about that subject," or "I had too much going on." Again, these may be true, but they also protect the part of you that doesn't want to feel like a failure. So the author in your mind steps in, reshaping the scene so it feels more comfortable. Even in happy stories, this happens. A moment of kindness becomes proof that you're a good person. A lucky break becomes part of your hard work pays off. Message. We fit these pieces together until the story flows. But life isn't always neat. And sometimes our version of events is less about truth and more about identity. This shows up in relationships too. During an argument, we replay what happened and tell ourselves, "I was only trying to help," or "they overreacted." These stories shape how we feel, how we heal, and even how we treat people moving forward. But if our author self edits too much, our hero self never grows. It's strange, isn't it? We are always talking to ourselves, not out loud, but silently, through memories, thoughts, and inner stories. And over time, we start believing those stories more than the raw experience. We begin to forget how things really felt, what was actually said, what we truly meant. This paradox is not about lying. It's about how memory works. Our brains don't record life like a camera. They rebuild it each time we remember. And in that rebuilding, the author inside us adds meaning, purpose, even lessons. Sometimes those lessons are helpful, but sometimes they're just guesses that we've told ourselves too often. Have you ever looked back at a moment in your life, maybe from childhood, and suddenly seen it differently as an adult? That's your inner author growing, rewriting the same event with new understanding. But it also shows how unstable our stories can be. They shift with time, with mood, with what we need to believe. This touches belief too. Some people see themselves as fighters, always pushing through. Others see themselves as victims, shaped by the world's cruelty. Some think of themselves as lucky, others as cursed. These are not just feelings. They are stories we've repeated to ourselves for years, and they shape every decision we make. It also affects mental health. Someone struggling with anxiety might tell themselves, "I've always been this way," even if there were calm moments they've forgotten. Someone with low self-esteem might say, "I always mess things up," even if that's not really true. These are stories. They feel solid, but they can shift. Even language is affected. We say things like, "Everything happens for a reason," or "That made me who I am." These phrases help us feel safe, but they also show how much we need the story to make sense. We don't want chaos, we want control. But sometimes, trying too hard to control the story stops us from seeing what's really there. Artificial intelligence, in some ways, mirrors this too. It learns from patterns and tries to tell stories that make sense to us. But just like us, it can miss the deeper truth, because it's working with what it's been shown, not what's really there. That reflection reminds us how easy it is to shape reality without meaning to. So what do we do with this paradox? Maybe we can't stop telling stories. That's how humans work. but we can start to notice when we're doing it. When we catch ourselves saying, "I was right," or "they were wrong," we can pause. Ask ourselves, is this what really happened, or is this just the version that feels easiest? We can also allow room for contradiction. You can be both kind and selfish, brave and scared, wrong and still trying. Life is messy. The story doesn't have to be clean. When we let go of needing to be the perfect hero, our stories become richer. When we stop editing every scene, we start to learn more from them. And when we listen to others with this in mind, we become better at hearing their stories too, without forcing them to match our own. Have you ever changed the way you told a story from your life? Maybe at first it was one version, and later you saw it differently. I'd love to hear your story, or just where you're listening from. It helps to know we're all walking through these thoughts together. And if this gave you something to think about, feel free to like, comment, or subscribe. These quiet reflections, shared slowly, help keep this space gentle and open. The narrative control problem is not a flaw. It's a reminder that we are always becoming, always changing the way we understand ourselves. But the more honest we are about the conflict between hero and author, the more beautiful our stories become. Not perfect, just real. And sometimes, that's all we need. Final question. Dilemma. Have you ever reached what felt like the end of a long search, only to realize that the very moment you thought you had arrived, a new question quietly appeared? You investigate one mystery, uncover its secret, and then, just as you close one chapter, your mind whispers, "But what about this?" It's a strange feeling, like standing on a hill at sunset, believing the journey is over, and then noticing another peak bathed in fading light. If you've ever felt that mix of relief and curiosity, let me know where you're watching from, and what your final question felt like. There's comfort in knowing this loop touches all of us. We often imagine that asking the right question will bring us to the end of our search. In school, you study until the exam question is answered. In work, you tackle a project until it's complete. In relationships, you hope that heart-to-heart talks will resolve every worry. And yet just when you think you've asked the last question, another one emerges. You finish the test, but then you wonder about the essay question you didn't answer. You complete the project, but then you notice a detail you missed. You clear the misunderstanding, but then you feel a fresh uncertainty rising. It's as if the act of answering opens the door to deeper mysteries. Imagine sitting an important exam. You write your final answer and place your pen down. A wave of relief washes over you, but then you recall a hint from class, some extra detail that might have made your answer stronger. You scramble, mind racing. Did I miss it? Should I add one more line? That small internal nudge shifts the calm you felt into a fresh moment of doubt. You thought the last question was behind you, but really you're still searching. This dilemma isn't limited to tests. In everyday life, it shows up in simple moments too. Think about cooking a new recipe. You follow each step, taste as you go, and finally serve the dish. You wait for feedback, and then someone asks, "Why didn't you add a pinch of salt at the end?" That final question makes you wonder if your meal was truly perfect. It sends you back to the kitchen, stirring and tasting again. The process didn't end. It evolved. Or in conversations, you might ask a friend how they're really doing. They share something vulnerable. You listen and respond with your last comforting words. The pause feels like closure. But then they pause, look away, and softly say, "Actually, there's one more thing." Your heart tightens. That final question wasn't final at all. It opened a door to another level of truth you hadn't expected. This paradox shows how inquiry and discovery are never truly finished. The moment we define the last question, we give ourselves a sense of completion. We pack up our tools and step back, feeling accomplished. But then, our curious mind finds a crack in the wall, a loose thread, or a hidden clue that pulls us forward. The end becomes a beginning. In science, this is famously true. Researchers solve one problem, publish their findings, and then their own conclusion sparks new experiments. A breakthrough always leads to fresh puzzles. In history, one interpretation leads to another. In art, a completed painting inspires another idea. Each last question is really a bookmark in a much larger story. It also touches belief. Some people search for the ultimate meaning of life, hoping for a final answer. They read books, ask philosophical questions, find moments of clarity, and then another question arises. Why am I here? What happens after? It's an endless dance between certainty and wonder. The question you think you've closed simply shifts focus. In our mental health, this loop can feel both hopeful and exhausting. Finding an answer to why you feel a certain way can bring relief. But once you grasp that, you might ask, what if there's more beneath the surface? You uncover layers of thought, emotion, and memory that keep revealing new questions. Healing becomes a journey of ever-deepening inquiry. Even the way we use language reflects this dilemma. We define words, create dictionaries, and set meanings. Yet language evolves. New slang, new concepts, new contexts emerge. The last official definition is never the final one. Words live and shift as our world changes, posing fresh questions about how we communicate. In technology and artificial intelligence, developers build models to answer questions. But once a model solves one query, users ask new ones. The system adapts, learns, and grows. The final question simply becomes the next input. It reminds us that knowledge and understanding are dynamic, not static. So how do we live with this paradox? How do we find peace at the end of a search when we know it might lead to another? Perhaps by embracing the cycle. Each answer we find is a stepping stone, not a finish line. Each solved puzzle reveals a new pattern. Instead of resisting the fresh questions, we can welcome them as part of life's flow. We can learn to rest in the pause between questions, cherishing both the satisfaction of discovery and the thrill of wonder. When you feel that gentle tug, the sense that one more question waits beyond the answer, pause and breathe. Notice the calm of completion and the spark of curiosity together. They belong side by side. In that space, we find a kind of soft wisdom, that life is less about finality and more about the journey between moments of knowing and moments of asking. If this reflection resonates with you, I invite you to share your own final question moment in the comments. Where are you watching from? And when did you think a search was over, only to find it just beginning? These shared stories remind us we're all on this loop together. And if you found this video meaningful, consider liking, commenting, and subscribing. Let's keep exploring these gentle mysteries, one peaceful question at a time.